Hi, it's Councillor Robinson, just doing an audio check.
Hi, Councillor Robinson, we can hear you. Hi, Councillor Robinson, we can hear you.
Thank you. And are they going to start soon?
Yes, shortly, Councillor.
Good morning. Welcome to North York Community Council. My name is Councillor Lily Chang. Today I am chairing the North York Community Council. We have quorum and I'm now calling meeting 8 to order. Welcome. I'll begin with the land acknowledgement. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and is being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. If you are interested to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the North York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda items and materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available for members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you that if you have motions, submit them by email. Staff are available at nycc@toronto.ca to help with your motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none, we will proceed. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting from September 7th, 2023? Moved by Deputy Mayor Cole. All those in favor? Carried. Members, we have 30 items on the agenda, and I understand that Councillor Robinson has new business to introduce. There are also new items of business to introduce. The clerk made these items available at 4 o'clock yesterday online. The Community Council will first need to vote to introduce these items, and then we can consider them later in the meeting after everyone has had a chance to review the new materials. So let's look at NY 8.30, Pedestrian Safety Improvements at Bayview Bridge Rehabilitation Project. We'll go on to the agenda? Okay. Okay, so we're going to review all the items and then we can move that to get onto the agenda. Okay, so 8.1, I've been asked by the local councillor to defer the matter. So can we just vote to defer then? Move deferral 8.1. To November 14th meeting, yeah. Deputy Mayor Cole is moving it for deferral. All those in favor? Item 8.2, Wilson Avenue and Maniza Road traffic control signals. The local councillor, Councillor Pasternak, has asked to defer that matter. I'll move to defer. All those in favor? To November 14th? 14th. All those in favor of deferral? Carried. Okay, item NY 8.3, 30 Blithfield Avenue, application for fence exemption. I will hold for Councillor Carroll. NY 8.4, reopening NY 6.20 and 23 Laurentia Crescent, request for fence exemption. The local councillor has moved to defer it. The speakers who are here can choose to speak today or to speak on the 14th when we bring it back. So do they decide right now? Oh, Janie Zadelsky. Would you like to speak today, or would you like to speak when this is moved back onto the agenda for November 14th?
Yeah, I agree with the deferral, and I will speak to the matter on November 14th. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I move to defer on behalf of Councillor Pasternak. All those in favor? Carried. Okay, NY 8.5, 1265 Wilson Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment application. This is also from Councillor Pasternak, and he has asked me to move staff recommendations. So I'm moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? Okay. Next is 8.7. Oh, 8.6. Right. 8.6. Henning Avenue, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. There's deputation, so we'll hold. Oh, okay, great. 6. Okay, so 8.6 is held. 8.7, which is also a timed item, and their speaker. So we'll hold that. NY 8.8. This is 589, 595 Eglinton Avenue East. We have a speaker as well. Okay, it's being held. NY 8.9. They're speakers? Oh, okay. This one doesn't have a list of speakers on it, but okay. 8.10. It's a timed item, so there's speakers. We'll hold it. 8.11, Councillor Carroll has asked to hold it. Okay, so we'll hold it. 8.12, I would like to hold that. Yep. 8.13, there's speakers. 8.14, I would like to hold that. 8.15, I would like to hold that. 8.16, I would like to hold that. 8.17, I would like to hold that. 8.18. The local counselor, Pasternak, has asked to move staff recommendations. Are there any speakers? No? Okay, so I'd like to move staff recommendations for NY 8.18. All those in favor? Carried. 8.19. 30 Dunlace Drive. Are there any speakers? No speakers. Councillor Robinson.
There's no speakers? Are you sure?
Dunlace Drive.
Okay, no speakers. Then I'll move staff recommendations.
Okay. All those in favor? 8.19, yeah. So moving staff recommendations, all those in favor? Carried. 8.20, there are speakers, and the local counselor, Councillor Pasternak, has asked to defer the matter. Would the speakers who are here like to speak today or on November 19th or 14th? November 14th. Yep. There's 4 speakers. So should we call them one by one or? So Ellie Aaron, Jeff Cattell, Sylvia Lukla, and Bram Zinman. Are any of you here? Or online? Eight point two zero.
Hello.
Oh, yes. Hi, Jeff. We are deferring this matter to November 14th. Would you like to speak today or would you like to wait until this comes back on the agenda?
With respect, it is Jeff Cattell, former co-chair of the North York Community Preservation Panel and currently on the Toronto Preservation Board. This item should not be deferred. There was a request for deferral at the Toronto Preservation Board meeting a couple of weeks ago, which was not agreed to because this item needs to be dealt with as a list. It needs to be listed in a timely manner. The next item, by the time it gets to City Council, it'll be too late. There are already negotiations going on with a developer, and it's important that the heritage value of this North York synagogue, the first synagogue to be listed in North York, it's important that value should be established prima facie and not deferred. I request that, very strongly on behalf of the panel that it not be deferred.
Okay, so you've now spoken on the item. So you have another minute, 2 minutes. You can continue speaking if there's more that you'd like to say.
Well, the reason this property has been brought forward for listing this time is so that it can be added to the Heritage Register before any major changes occur to the site. Bill 23 prohibits municipalities from designating a property under Part 4 of the Heritage Act once the development application has been submitted, unless the property is already listed on the register. Heritage planning staff are recommending that the property be listed at this time before a development application is filed. The panel is adamantly opposed to deferring this item. The property has proven design, historical, and contextual heritage value. Failure to adopt the staff recommendation places an important piece of North York's built heritage and modernist architecture at risk of destruction. It's an important contribution of the Jewish community to the built cultural heritage assets of North York. By having it on the register provides interim protection from demolition and provides the ability to designate the property should an application be submitted. We are concerned that an application could be submitted before the time has timed out if we don't start the listing process right now. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll hold this item down and we can discuss the deferral and decision. Okay, 8.23, Bayview Avenue and Sutherland Drive. There are speakers on the item, so we'll hold that down. Oh, sorry, sorry, 8.21, Clifton Avenue parking amendments. Councillor Pasternak has asked me to move staff recommendations. All those in favor, 8.21. Carried. 8.22, Whitmore Avenue, accessible parking spaces. All those in favor? Carried. 8.23, there are speakers on the item, so we'll hold that. And then 8.24, there are speakers, so we'll also hold that. 8.25, Dallimore Circle and Jessie Drive, all-way stop control.
Move staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Carried. 8.26, the Donway West parking amendments.
Move staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Carried. 8.27, Curlew Drive and Rialto Drive.
Asking to adopt the item.
The counselor is asking to adopt the motion. All those in favor? Great. And then at 8.28, request to reopen NY 3.25, and we have a speaker, so we'll hold. 8.29, Valentine Drive and Shamokin Drive, all-way compulsory stop.
Requesting to adopt the recommendation.
The local counselor is moving to adopt. All those in favor? Carried. And now we have a new item, 8.30. And first we have to vote to move the item to the agenda. All those in favor of moving it on the agenda? Carried. And then the item, would anyone like to move the motion here?
I'd like to. If clerk has a motion they can put on the screen for me.
Okay, so Councillor Robinson is moving the motion. All those in favor? Carried. Great. So back to,
I have an item I want to add to the agenda. I don't know if that's been sent to the clerk or not yet.
Deputy Cole, we'll look at it at the end of the meeting.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
it's not there yet. Thank you. Okay, so we're back to 8 point. Sorry, which one are we at now? Eight 8.3, except that's being held by Councillor Carroll, so we'll come back to that. So 8.6. Okay, does anyone have questions about 8.6? Oh, speakers. Okay, great. Let's go back. So we're looking at 8.6. We have Kristen Haynes, the Eglinton Park Residents Association, as our first speaker.
Madam Chair, I live on Henning, just 8 meters from the proposed north building wall, and I'm not even the closest resident, as Mike Armstrong will have only 3 meters between himself and the proposed second-floor outdoor resident terrace, literally looking down onto him and into his side windows. I speak for all 3 properties not included in the development to say we adamantly oppose the developer using our lands on Henning, lands they refuse to buy, as setback land for residences north of us on Orchard View. They're trying to justify a lack of residential setback distance to our 3 properties by amending our land from yellow residential to red mixed use. This is a terrifying precedent for Toronto urban landowners. We 3 have offered to sell at values equal or less to what they have paid our southern neighbors, and they have refused. This leaves us 3 residences a combined land total of 620 square meters or 0.15 acres, unusable for higher density development as per OPA 405 and discussed in City's planning refusal report. If approved as is, how are we 3 residences supposed to live, let alone sell for any sort of fair market value under the 34-story tower looming literally over our front porches and backyards? The development either needs more land, and if the applicant is unwilling to buy more land, then the footprint must become much smaller and honor our residential setback requirements. Please oppose the application for lands Madison, when offered, has refused to buy. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lindsay Isaac Lala, also from the Eglinton Park Residents Association.
Madam Chair, I am a neighbor of Kristen's and here actually on behalf of the Eglinton Park Residents Association. We're a residents association covering the 9 square blocks northwest of Yonge and Eglinton, and I am on their board. We are okay with towers in our neighborhood. In fact, we understand they are a crucial part of bringing more neighbors to our area. And we are watching this one quite closely, as it is one of 10 towers on our 9 square blocks, either currently under construction or in proposal. As a part of watching this closely, we're looking for good urbanism and good design, and we agree with city planning that we have concerns about this tower proposal meeting those factors, especially with regards to the height of the tower and the massing of it in general, the shade problems that it will cause over both Eglinton Park and the neighborhood, as well as its proximity to other buildings. And so we urge council to please ask city legal to oppose firmly and to pursue options for a negotiated or litigated solution. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker on this item, Kevin McEwen from Madison Group.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madison is really just here to answer any questions today, and thanks staff for moving quickly to meet with us next week with City Legal in hopes of settling this matter in an efficient and quick manner. So that's all from us. If there's no questions from yourself or any of the councilors.
Are there any questions of the speaker? No. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, questions of staff. Deputy Mayor Cole.
Yeah, thank you. If we could put up the map, as one of the deputants said, the community here is not against development or intensification. We've got, I think, more intensification here than 9 provinces combined. So could we have a Google Street Map or two? I just want to show the thing while I'm talking, just the view, the street view of Henning. Anyways, I just have the question I have of staff is, so right now the report, the staff report, basically is a refusal report, and you've listed the 10, 12 reasons why you're refusing. Are you asking North York Community Council to refuse it, and then it's subject to the City of Toronto Council? In brief, could you just, in layperson's language, just explain the genesis or the core of the reason you're refusing this application? Just a brief summary.
So through the chair, it's David Sitt from Community Planning. Councillor, you're correct. The recommendation in the report is a refusal, but we are also utilizing additional provisions under the Planning Act to allow the applicant to, should they appeal the application, to allow the applicant to enter into further mediation with city staff before the matter gets forwarded to the Ontario Land Tribunal. There's a 75-day window where we can have those additional discussions, and we are utilizing that. In terms of the issues, with respect to the application, you cited a number of issues. There's issues around tower height, the lack of visitor parking, amenity space, also other issues with transition to the existing neighborhood. And so you heard some of the residents speak to the 3 remnant parcels that are our properties to the north. That is one of the ongoing concerns that we do have with this application.
Okay, so therefore, with this refusal report, then what are the next steps, assuming that the City Council endorses what we decide here at North York Community Council?
So the next steps would be, should City Council refuse the application, the applicant will have their number of days under the Planning Act to appeal the application. Once we've received the appeal, we will, and they will notify the city whether or not they want to enter into this additional mediation facilitation discussion. If they do not want to enter into that process, then the application will be forwarded to the Ontario Land Tribunal for a hearing. If they elect to enter into this further mediation, as I said, we will engage that process. It will be a process that we will have with the applicant in terms of staff and legal staff. We have the 75 days to see if there's an outcome that we can reach. If there's an outcome that can be reached, we would bring back a report to council at some point in time. If there is no outcome, then the matter will be forwarded to the OLT after the 75 days.
Yes, thank you. And I just can't see my time, but again, familiarize people with it. So there's a set of row houses all the way up Henning to the north. We're looking north on Henning. Henning is just immediately west of Duplex. And these are the houses where I think the applicant owns. So at the bottom of the street at Henning and Eglinton, what is proposed of those two buildings there at the east and the west corner there, at the bottom of Henning?
So perhaps I'll suggest that Kathy
I can't
respond.
remember it's 35 stories,
Yep.
I think.
There are additional towers that have been approved there, but Kathy can tell you the specific heights and.
Yes, the application at the northeast corner of Henning and Eglinton Avenue West went to the Ontario Land Tribunal. The settlement was for a 3-story base with a 33-story tower and a 35-story tower.
So we've got 33 and 35 at the northeast corner.
Correct.
Right,
And
and
there
then-
will be a private lane to the north,
To the
along
north
the
of that.
north side of the site.
And then to the west corner at Henning and Eglinton, what is there? I think 34, 35 also?
I can't recall.
Yeah, I think it's 30. Yeah, no, okay, I just wanted to get that clarified. Okay, so therefore, the refusal report, and we're just going to basically wait for the city council, whether they endorse what this refusal report. But that doesn't preclude ongoing discussions with the applicant?
Through the chair, Councillor, you're correct. That is certainly, it will be up to the applicant to be willing to engage in those discussions. So the first step would be they would have to appeal the application and then notify the city that they are willing to engage in those discussions.
But you can talk to them now, though, can't you, even before? Because there's not the OLT right now, but you can have these discussions now.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I'll just speak briefly.
Great. Any other questions? I had one question.
Yeah.
So one of the deputants said, you are taking land that you don't own as part of the setback. And can you just explain, what is this piece of land that they don't own that they're including in their setback?
So through the chair, there are 3 additional homes that are just to the north of the development application. The applicant has included in their official plan amendment that these 3 lots be redesignated from neighborhoods to mixed-use area. But their actual zoning bylaw application does not include these 3 lots. So there is, I think, a question certainly about what will happen to these remnant lots. And I think, again, that is part of our information that's included in the report.
And they mentioned that they could buy the land. Is that land purchasable for them to be able to include it?
So I don't want to speculate in terms of the discussions that the applicant has had with these various property owners. That would be certainly a question that they could answer, whether or not they've engaged these additional 3 property owners.
And is that legal to take somebody else's land and include it in your?
Yeah, under the Planning Act.
So through the chair, there is nothing under the Planning Act that would prevent lands to be redesignated under the official plan. So that is an ability to do that. Obviously, sometimes when the city updates its official plan or updates its zoning bylaw, we make changes to those documents across the city.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, any speakers on the item?
Yes, I'll speak to it. Yeah, again, if you could put it up on the map again, the street view. Yeah, this is at Yonge and Eglinton where we have unprecedented intensification. I think one of the deputants talked about 10. I think I count about 30 towers going in there. And this includes To the south is the Eglinton Square, where there are 7 towers going in, a couple up to 70 stories. So the community here has been very, let's say, considerate in living through this massive redevelopment of the area, and not to mention the forever Eglinton Crosstown fiasco that they have to live with, where the tracks don't meet on the Eglinton Crosstown, so it could be a couple more years that they still try and figure that out with the wizards at Metrolinx. So on this street here, again, it's a unique street in that it's very residential just to the north of those 2 mid-rise office buildings. And then it backs on to, I guess it's Montgomery to the north, if I'm not mistaken, which is another residential street. So it's a community that's going through a real transition, but there are existing, well-established neighborhoods just abutting the intensification here. I think the report from staff is quite clear, and it's an excellent report, very detailed in answering a lot of the concerns. And as Councillor Cheng said, certainly something we questioned is that, can you ask for a rezoning of land you don't own? And the answer is yes. The Planning Act allows that. Someone could ask for a rezoning of the land that you own, and that's permissible under the Planning Act. So the residents of those 3 homes at the end of the street are part of this proposal, even though it's not owned by the applicant. So the intensification is a reality we face because this is within walking distance of the Eglinton West, Young and Eglinton Center, which will be the intersection of 2 major transit lines. So under the provincial guidelines now, anything within so many meters of 500 meters, or it's called the MTSA, they can essentially have towers. So that's why the application is before us, because under the new designation of this community, towers are allowed. The problem is that there's a bit of contradictory language in that we used to have a secondary plan called the Midtown and Focus Plan, which was done by the city, and it was detailed outlining of what was allowed in this neighborhood. But our good friends at the province ripped up that plan and said they had a better one. So we are under that new plan from Premier Ford, which is OPA 405, which allows for heights up to 35 stories. But on the other hand, it does say that there's supposed to be sort of a descending heights from the corners. And so that's one of the things the report mentions. Is there enough of a angular plane to basically deal with the shadow impacts neighbors to the north and to Eglinton Park? So that's all in the report. It's a very solid report. And I support the staff report, basically refusing the application. But it does not close the door to the ongoing discussions with the applicant and with the community involved here and with the Eglinton Park Ratepayers Association. So we're hopeful that we can continue to dialogue, but it's not a very easy road. But on the other hand, nothing is easy these days when it comes to development applications. So I support the staff recommendation of refusal.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And so all those in support of staff recommendations? Carried. Next item, 8.7. We have speakers on the item. The first speaker, the only speaker, is Sean McGaffey, WND Associates Limited.
Oh, good morning, Madam Chair and members of council. Okay. So my name is Sean McGaffey. I'm a senior associate with WND Associates, and we're the applicant and planning consultant for the owners of the site. I really just wanted to take the opportunity to thank city staff for their quite hard work in getting this done in advance with the bylaw that's before you today. And then I'm happy to address any questions anyone may have regarding the proposal. Thank you.
I just have a question. Yes, thank you. Just have a question from a neighbor there at 2652, Mr. Brian Atkins, who's here. He asked me to ask whether or not you will be cutting down trees before you get the building permit.
Before they get the building permits, I don't believe so. It would be done in conjunction with the construction process, and that would happen as we still have to go through the draft plan of subdivision process, then the site plan control process before we get to that permit stage.
So you're going to try not to cut down the trees before the permit is issued?
That's correct. It would be done through the urban forestry permit process with the building permit.
Okay, and there's Mr. Atkins behind you there. He's lived there since 1967. He's not against the development, but he is worried about that. So
sure,
maybe you might just have a chat with him. He seems like a solid citizen there. He's paid his taxes all these years. So
sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions of staff?
Yes, I just wanted to follow up on that question with staff, if I had. On behalf of Mr. Atkins, what about this removal of trees, preparing the site, clear cutting it before the building permit is issued? What's the timing here?
So through the chair, I think at this point in time, I can't really give you a definitive timing. There's still, even after we approve this rezoning, there's still additional planning applications that have to be approved. There's a plan of subdivision, there's a condo application, there's also a site plan application. So those are still, some of those applications are underway, others haven't even been submitted yet. So I can't really give you a definitive timeline.
But so they can't basically cut down trees and clear the site until all those processes are approved?
Well, typically, there's a separate process for tree removal, and there's a permitting process that they would have to undergo. I would say typically what would have to happen is the tree cutting permits, including any kind of replacement trees, are things that we would build into our site plan process. So as I said, the site plan.
And that would be very
that's
the end,
further
tail
down
end.
the road.
Okay, thank you very much, David. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions of staff? Okay, would anyone like to move the staff recommendations?
Yeah. Councillor Robinson, I'd like to move the staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? Carried. 8.8. Do we have any speakers? So, okay, we're going to welcome Jeff Kettle to speak for 8.8.
Hello?
Yep. Welcome, Jeff.
It's Jeff Cattell speaking on behalf of the Leaside Residents Association in regard to this application, which is proposing a 35-story residential building with 26,000 square meters of residential gross floor area for a total of 442 units and over 600 square meters of retail fronting onto Eglinton Avenue, just west of Bayview Avenue. The development will have a total gross floor area of almost 27,000 square meters with an FSI of 13.47, which is actually a new requested high for the Bayview focus area. The applicant has appealed, of course, to the Ontario Land Tribunal with the second case management conference to take place on November the 7th, 2023. The LRA has reviewed the city's appeal report and strongly supports the staff recommendation that City Council instruct the city solicitor with appropriate city staff to attend the OLT hearing and oppose the application in its current form, and to continue discussions with the applicant to resolve outstanding issues. The LRA is, and I would say CEDRA, in whose territory the application is actually, it's close to ours as well, but it's actually located in CEDRA. The building's density, height, and built form, the lack of adequate setbacks, the lack of reasonable transition to neighboring properties, particularly the low-density residential development to the south and the mid-rise condominium to the immediate east. The small number of parking spaces relative to the number of units, the limited nature of proposed improvement to public realm, the negative impact of shadowing and wind on neighboring properties, and the loss of affordable rental housing units. As noted in the staff report, a particular concern with this application is its massing and built form, with its incursion into the neighborhood designated properties along Mann Avenue. In fact, the Eglinton frontage is only 29 meters, whereas the Mann frontage is 61 meters. So it's really more of a Mann application than an Eglinton application. In addition, the building extends further east at the rear of the property than at the front on Eglinton, extending into the west plane of 1750 Bayview Avenue, the 6-story condo next door. As such, in our opinion, the proposal does not respect the footprint, and with consequent negative effects on the light conditions for the 6-story condo next door. Thank you for considering our views on this important matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions of the deputant?
I do.
Councillor Burnside?
Yeah, hey there. Sorry, I'm not overly familiar with this application. How many stories or floors is it?
35 stories.
What do you think's
And
appropriate?
442 units.
What do you think's appropriate? What do you think's appropriate?
The issue really isn't the height as much as the density and the built form, as I explained. Its incursion into the neighborhood, its lack of respect for the existing 6-story building next door. There needs to be setbacks, on that east side and the south side, so that it doesn't negatively impact as much on the neighborhood.
And the height doesn't impact.
The height is roughly, you can argue it, but the across the road is an application for 35 stories. So that kind of height is being seen in the area. But as you know, there were changes made to the City of Toronto's Official Plan Amendment 405 by the Ford government in 2019 that substantially increased the heights in the Bayview focus area. And the LRA, by the way, has requested the provincial auditor to look into that decision making by the provincial government.
Right, and I know it's a huge problem on the southeast corner of Bayview and Eglinton, but does the height not somehow impact to use your term, respect for the 6-story condo beside it, or no?
Oh, well, absolutely. I think it's, well, as I would explain that exactly, that is, it does not respect the existing building next door.
Right.
They've got windows all up those 6 stories on the west side, and those people are going to be severely disadvantaged.
So if you did the setbacks that you're thinking of, is the height okay?
what I'm saying is the height is actually in relation to what the provincial government approved. We don't agree with what the provincial government approved, but that's kind of a different issue, right?
I disagree, but okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. Anyone else have questions of the deputant? No? Thank you, Jeff. Any other deputations? No. Okay, so questions of staff. Any questions? Councillor Burnside?
Yeah, I'm back on this height thing. So if it's, I assume being respectful of the 6-story condo is important and setbacks are important. Is there an appropriate height? Like, what would the appropriate height be? Or is that not really, is it not relevant? But I think when you get shadowing and you have, and all those other things.
Through the chair, I think, certainly the report speaks to what the height range is for this area. The applicant's proposal is within that height range because it is at 35 stories. And, we certainly recognize that this is in very close proximity to the new Leaside station. So we will continue to work on some of those built form changes that is spoken to in the report.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of staff?
Yes, Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Carroll. I don't know if you even know that I'm logged into the meeting. I finally made it here.
Great, welcome. Go ahead and ask your questions.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, we know that with respect to the higher order transit and the intersection that we knew was coming at Yonge and Eglinton, we have, secondary plans, updates, and certainly what's left of Midtown and focus over closer to the Yonge Street junction. But here we're close to another crosstown station. Has there been any update on intensification other than provincial policy for the Bayview and Eglinton intersection?
So through the chair, I would say no, there hasn't been. I think rightly so, the plan was approved by the province. The amendments to OPA 405 were approved by the province in 2019. So that is the operable document that we are working with right now.
And what does that say? Does that just sort of mark intensification and height based on meters from the station or something like that?
Yeah, through the chair, there's various different character areas that have been established in the plan, and they set various height or stories, number of stories in terms of the limit. And given that this site is, as I said, close to the Leaside station, the range is at the top end of the height range at 35 stories.
Right. So the reason I asked that question is, obviously, that you're seeking direction to appear in opposition, and we want you to. But as all of these go, it's opposition to continue to discuss. So I think it's important with if community members are listening now to set that expectation. To continue to discuss and get to something that you think is reasonable, that you think works on this little cliffside site is laudable, but we can't leave this room thinking that what you're going to get it down to is 6 stories. Even if you did, you'd still have the windows in the 6-story condo next door looking into the windows next door, even if you could get it down to being the same number of stories. So how should we set expectations here today? You're going to have further discussion, but it's in the context of the current planning regime. Am I right?
Yeah, through the chair, I would agree with you. I mean, we will, we're obviously seeking direction to appear before the Ontario Land Tribunal. There are issues that we will continue to work through with the applicant. And hopefully we can reach some kind of amicable settlement on it. But, I think we're also very realistic in terms of what the policy framework is, and that applies to this area.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I just have a quick question. What is the distance between this proposal and the future transit station.
Through the chair, we can do a quick measurement, but I would say it's less than a 5-minute walk.
Thank you. That's my only question. Any speakers?
I'll speak, Madam Speaker.
Okay,
Madam
Councillor.
Chair, I should say.
Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure the community knows my reason for asking those questions is I think we have to start to be very fair to residents by being really clear about what is possible. Maybe 35 stories right beside a 6-story building isn't great, but we could get down to 28. The impact is still going to be there on that building, but to say that we could bring it all the way down would really be unfair and in my mind disingenuous. This is going to be a major ridership avenue now. There's no question about that. If and when it ever opens, we know that there's such pent up demand to get on that crosstown. It's going to be very successful when it does open. But the new regime, really, residents along Eglinton should not go to the Danforth and decide that they can have that level of density with their higher order transit. What they really need to do is look in the modern context. In the modern context, I hate to say it, it's really Sheppard Avenue. You look at what's happened along the Sheppard subway, you can expect that to happen along the Eglinton crosstown. You can expect that to happen along the Finch West LRT. And so question becomes not to have density or not to have density. It becomes let's learn from any mistakes made in other places where density has had to pay for transit and have a basket of these are the deal breakers. These are the things we need you to keep in mind. These are the considerations that we want to discuss, even though we're giving you direction to oppose today. We know the conversation is going to continue on. And so the community needs to give us, what's your basket of, I call them deal breakers. What are the things you need to see to make this work? Because we have to work within the provincial context on these transit avenues. They're going to be fairly ruthless about that with us as a municipality. Those are my comments. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Anyone else like to speak? No?
Well, it's Councillor Robinson. I'll move the staff recommendations. I think it's all been said. Jeff Cattell certainly brought up very important points. And so we forge ahead and we oppose at this time. So the plan is for that's the way that it's, to oppose it and try to resolve some of the outstanding matters. But it does have a massive impact on Mann Avenue, like huge impact on those neighboring streets. So I'm moving it, but hoping staff can find some more concessions for the neighborhood.
Thank you.
It is opposed.
So Councillor Robinson is moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? Carried. 8.9. Do we have any speakers? I have none. We do. Okay, great. Oh, I see them. Okay, so Eileen Costello from Aird and Burles LLP as the first speaker. Good morning. Sure. Are we ready? Great. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
I apologize. I'm looking at you through a screen now, but this will do. Madam Chair, good morning. My name is Eileen Costello. I'm a solicitor at the firm Aird Burles LLP, and I'm here on behalf of the Don Valley Trails Park Holdings, Inc. I'm going to refer to it as Don Valley Trails, which is here before you with what I would say is a very ambitious city building project, which aims to deliver some very important key community benefits. The project will deliver over 2,100 residential units within 300 meters of a subway location. It is committed to delivering 5% of the residential GFA, which equates to roughly over 100 affordable housing units as part of that project. That's a commitment, ma'am, our client made up front and before being asked to do so by the city. You're going to hear from a representative of Habitat for Humanity with whom our client is engaging in discussions to deliver that, and I think we all know Habitat's track record in that regard. It is also a proposal, Madam Chair, which will deliver nearly 16 hectares of open space into public ownership. And I'm going to speak to the two key elements that are in the staff report which recommends refusal. That being that these lands are currently natural area and shouldn't be the subject of development. And the second being that the portion of the land subject for development are located within what city staff say, in reliance on the TRCA, is an erosion hazard. And I say it's what city staff say, and I say it's in reliance on the TRCA, because we haven't been provided with any actual scientific information or a peer review to the voluminous material which has been filed, which takes the exact opposite position. And I think it's important that Community Council understand that. So, Madam Chair, I spoke to the fact that this is going to be, this will result in the restoration of 16 acres. And I think it's important that we all acknowledge what this site is today. City staff say it's natural areas and open space. That's what it looks like on a map. What it actually is a private golf course. It's a private golf course which is surrounded by tall buildings. It's a private golf course which is heavily manicured and relies on extensive use of pesticides and herbicides which dump right into the river. And that's the river, that's the natural area you see on the right hand of this screen. So, Madam Chair, there's a significant difference between what's there today and what my client is proposing to deliver into public ownership in perpetuity. And I would say it's in stark contrast, and it's a considerable public benefit. The second component is the city building initiative, which occurs as part of the delivery of those lands. I've already indicated that there will be over 2,100 housing units. This is an area which is in dire need of additional housing, including affordable housing, and the commitment to deliver over 100 affordable housing units in partnership with a known housing provider is a real one. It's a tangible benefit. As I've already indicated, this is a development site which is located outside of the floodplain and outside of hazard lands, notwithstanding what staff assert without having done any work. And finally, Madam Chair, there's also an incredible opportunity here to engage with First Nations, treaty land holders, and Indigenous communities. One of the first things our client did when it launched this project was engage with those communities. And I'm pleased to advise that our client is in the process of preparing a memorandum of understanding with those communities. I think that's important, ma'am, because you began today's meeting with a land acknowledgement, and this is an actual conveyance of land, which is significantly different and, again, tangible. The importance of this conveyance of land, Madam Chair, is not just that it's a conveyance of land and not just that it's going to be restored, but where it's located. This is a critical missing piece of privately owned land in the middle of the Don Valley Trail system. It prevents public access, it prevents cyclists, it prevents hikers. The introduction of this is a link and as a gateway to other existing ravine features, and importantly to the Meadowway project just to the east, which is an important and ambitious public project, is a critical and an ambitious effort. And I think, Madam Chair, it's one which would significantly change access to open space for the people in this community. I've already referenced, Madam Chair, the Indigenous partnership, which is ongoing and with which our client is engaged. This results in two very important opportunities. Not only the introduction of an Indigenous Education and Learning Centre as a public open space as part of this development to serve as a gateway to the restored lands, but also working with those communities to look at placemaking, place restoration, native vegetation, and education through the leadership of those communities. And in our respectful submission, this is a really exciting opportunity and one which we would have thought the city would have wanted a hand in as we move through it. I spoke about the market and affordable housing, and I've used these numbers previously. You're going to hear, Madam Chair, one of the speakers today is from Habitat for Humanity, and so I'll allow Mr. Bernard to speak to this directly. But again, Madam Chair.
Thoughts. Thank you.
Oh, I apologize. So finally, Madam Chair, if I could just wrap up, this slide here speaks to the issue about the hazard lands. I would note that there was 6 technical reports filed in support of our client's contention that these lands are not, in fact, within an erosion area. And Madam Chair, we have not seen any information to refute what's been put forward. So Madam Chair, I'm very grateful for that time. I'm happy to answer any questions and to defer to the other speakers who are coming up.
Thank you.
ma'am.
Any questions of the speaker? No. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam
We'll
Chair.
move on to our next speaker, Joshua Bernard from the Habitat for Humanity GTA and Community Affordable Housing Solutions. Is Joshua online or in person? Joshua. Oh, great. There he is. Thanks, Joshua. You're welcome to speak.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Perfect. Good morning. My name is Joshua Bernard, and I'm the Executive Vice President of Real Estate Development and Construction for Habitat for Humanity. And I'm also here in the capacity as the Executive Lead for Community Affordable Housing Solutions, which is a land trust that was in 2019 between Habitat for Humanity, St. Clair's, and the co-op sector, and seeded with $17 million in seed capital that was secured by the nonprofits and the local council via settlement as part of a Boulevard government. To date, Habitat has built more than 500 family-sized homes and has another 500 new units within our pipeline that will be delivered over the next 5 years. Community Affordable Housing Solutions is in its 3rd year of operations. I'm sorry, I'm just getting a bunch of feedback. Is that
Sorry, your audio.
Yeah, we're having trouble with feedback from outside as well, Madam Chair. I don't know if sometimes it's if mics are left on in the committee room. For us outside, it's feedback.
I hear phasing in the microphone. Okay, can we try again, please? You can continue.
Yeah, so Community Affordable Housing Solutions is in its 3rd year of operation and has already secured 122 new units that will be occupied and break ground over the next 5 years. Combined, these organizations have more than 100 years of experience. And the goal of the organization is to provide kind of a one-stop shop for municipalities and developers who are looking for nonprofits to help negotiate and deliver a comprehensive continuum of housing. I was pleased to receive a call from the developers of 155 St. Denis Drive about the opportunity to secure long-term affordable rental and ownership housing that would be owned and operated by a nonprofit, the nonprofit sector.
I think you have to cook them or something.
While we are still in the middle of negotiating with the developer, the opportunity to secure much needed affordable housing looked promising and was within reach. That was until the city issued a refusal decision, which will now more than likely result in the developer appealing to the OLT, where more than likely the developer will get either what they already want or more without the obligation of delivering or providing affordable housing. This is particularly frustrating because we have past experience working with these developers to secure affordable housing. Specific examples are 25 units in Ward 10, where all of those units are now occupied by Habitat families. And more recently in 2022, where we secured 61 rental units that will be occupied in the coming years in Ward 4. Again, this is frustrating. This is a frustrating one for me personally because from where I'm sitting, The city is in desperate need of more affordable housing and should be exploring and trying to take advantage of every opportunity to secure significant affordable housing where possible. And 100 units is significant. We need to go above and beyond if we are going to put a dent in this crisis. I feel the city has missed the boat on this application, an application that included, again, a minimum of 100 affordable housing units. And by the way, I think it's 5%. This looks a hell of a lot like voluntary inclusionary zoning, which I think the city should be jumping at. I believe the city has missed the boat in this application, and I believe it will continue to happen on future applications because planning staff are stuck working with a broken policy framework that doesn't provide staff the tools needed to explore opportunities that would yield affordable housing in exchange for other reasonable concessions. In conclusion, I usually like to close out with a story about a family that demonstrates the need for more housing today. But on a first, today I'm going to talk about my own lived experience that I've never done before because I acknowledge my own privilege and count myself lucky, as I know there are so many more who are worse off and have had more challenging experience than I have. When I was 8 or 9 years old, my parents got divorced. We were low income and couldn't afford the house we were in. And in a desperate attempt to kind of keep us there, my mom moved my brother and I and herself into the basement and rented out the rest of the home. We ended up moving and sharing a bedroom, which was formerly our unheated garage. Looking back as a kid, I don't remember minding the setup much, except for when winter came. And I had to wear a winter jacket to bed with a toque because temperatures would dip below freezing inside our room. Thankfully, I had a winter jacket and warm blankets, but it's still hard to get out of the bed in the morning. My family's poverty didn't define my life in a negative way. And again, I owe that in part to my privilege.
So just have to wrap it up. Thank you. But you can wrap up your final comments. Thank you.
Again, I would just say that there's a lot of other kids out there that might not be as fortunate who have warm clothes and blankets. They might be sleeping in cold rooms, and we need more housing. And the city and staff need to do better in looking at opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melanie Hare from Urban Strategies Incorporated. Is Melanie online or in person? Online. Hi, Melanie. Thank you for coming today, and you're welcome to speak.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair and members of Community Council. My name is Melanie Hare. I'm a partner and planner at Urban Strategies. We have been working on behalf of Don Valley Trails for over 2 years to consider this remarkable city building opportunity. I'm going to keep my remarks short, and defer to Ms. Costello's deputation for the substance of the points which to be made. I would just like to reinforce the comment that despite a substantive submission package and development application which was submitted in March, we are disappointed not to have the opportunity or the willingness of staff before issuing a refusal report to engage our team, which is substantive, in some of the technical merits or the city building merits of the project, which we believe in. So in my opinion, this is a lost opportunity for the city, and I will leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? No? Thank you. Thank you very much, Melanie. Okay, questions of staff.
I have questions of staff.
Councillor Carroll?
Thanks, Madam Chair. What's at issue here are the TRCA comments and the fact that the site, what it sounds like from the TRCA feedback, that the entire site of the golf course is entirely below the top of bank, the natural top of bank. and comments they make with respect to even depending on the extreme weather, even St. Denis itself, the road could be at risk. It sounds like St. Denis, the road should probably never have been built on that spot. Staff have any comment on that?
So through the chair, unfortunately, I don't have much of a comment on whether or not the road should have been built or not. But I think, your comment about the lands being below top of bank is accurate. I mean, certainly there are a number of other constraints that, happy to walk you through if you had any further questions as to, the rationale that the city has.
Yeah, well, I know that I'm referring to that, and we could, if this thing ended up in council with the settlement, I'd be asking that we ask TRCA to be there to advise you. Access to St. Denis Drive itself may be compromised during an erosion event. That means that probably, the lessons we learn and the reason we keep these rules are some of the damages to homes and people and roads, dating all the way back to Hurricane Hazel. But what's key here is the top of bank issue. And I've had sites myself where an application had to be moved. They had to be told that their drawing had to be moved inside the top of bank area. They lost developable lands, in other words, because they absolutely rigidly had to keep that line. And in fact, for all their permissive policies, provincial policy still takes that line very seriously, does it not?
Through the chair, I would agree with you. The way the provincial policy statement is structured, there are policies that direct one to where we can grow and where we should be focusing our growth. And then there are other policies in the provincial policy statement that deal with, protecting our environmental lands, our water resources. And then I would say the third set of policies that are in the PPS are ones that speak to natural hazards and both floodplain matters and also erosion hazards. So the construct of the PPS is areas to grow, areas to protect, and areas to stay out of. And I would say that this site is in a site where we should be staying out of.
Right. So it's not a surprise that a golf course ended up here. We've known for a long time it's not an advisable spot for a building, and so a golf course went into place. That's the history of the city. But what I'm wondering is if did staff have a chance to have the conversation with the developer that even if, because they have situated the buildings as close to the road and left as much of the hazard lands as possible, that's a happy thing. But has the conversation been had such that to negotiate this thing, the developer is going to have to meet whatever requirements are made to shore up and stabilize their development, which might be at significant cost, but that we will probably have to be very specific about that. Is that conversation even begun yet?
So I think through the chair, there have been a number of preliminary discussions dating back, I would say, to even 2018, when this was a preliminary proposal that had come in. I think the city staff, together with the Toronto Conservation Authority, had consistently been advising that this was not an area where we should be putting any additional residential development. I think to answer your question about, the technicalities of whether or not you can put a building here, I think, the issue is not just about where you put the building, but what happens in the surrounding area of where this building is.
Right. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions of staff? I have a question. So one of the deputants mentioned that some of the claims about the land were not supported by scientific research. And I'm just wondering, we're defining the risks of this land, and what kind of studies or research are the basis of our decisions? Are we just leaning on a designation by the TRCA?
So through the chair, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I think there's a number of things that we certainly rely on. I would first start with the city's official plan, where we want to direct growth, right? And so this site is not one of those areas. It's not a mixed-use designation. It's not along an avenue. It's not within the transit station area. It's not within a growth center. It is land that is in our official plan, the green areas, right? It is within the natural heritage system. It's within a ravine protected area. It is within the TRCA's regulated area. So it is an area that was not anticipated for growth. So that's just from a policy perspective. And I would say the provincial policies also support that direction. From a technicality standpoint, I think, our TRCA counterparts are the people that would be reviewing the technicalities, and they have their own internal staff that would be reviewing that and that would be supporting us on this application.
Thank you. And another deputant mentioned that they, are discussing 5% residential gross floor area would be affordable housing, and that there should be exchanges with developers. What is the current policy on allowing for exchanges of density for affordable housing?
So through the chair, right now, based on the tools that we have available to us, we all know that we have the community benefits charge that allows us only to collect 4% of the land value for things, not just including affordable housing. So other than that, that is the mechanisms that we have available to us. At this point in time, we do not have an inclusionary zoning framework that's been approved, so it wouldn't apply even in this situation because, as I said, these lands are outside of the transit station area.
So there's no such thing as a good intention contribution that exceeds 4% for affordable housing. Is that allowed?
Through the chair, I would say right now that would be the response that we would provide based on the existing legislation.
Great, thank you. Oh, sorry, I have one more question. So in this process, they will likely go to OLT, is that correct?
Through the chair, I don't want to speak for the applicant, but I would just say I wouldn't be surprised.
And then the city would defend our position with the information that we have about the designation and the hazards of this land, is that correct?
Through the chair, I would agree, together with the Conservation Authority.
And TRCA experts would also be in attendance?
That's correct.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, any other questions? Okay, so does anyone want to move staff recommendations? Or sorry, anyone want to speak? Would you like to
Yeah,
speak?
I'd love to speak, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Carroll, you have the floor.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And my heart goes out to Joseph, who spoke on behalf of Habitat for Humanity, but that can't be why we make our decision today. We're in a housing crisis. There's no question about that. But we do have lots of land and lots of intensification areas that don't have the hazard of this land. At the very least, these people would be required to enter into a type of construction plan that would fortify and shore up these buildings, such as you would shore up the building of a tall building on the side of the mountain in Hong Kong. Because this lot, this is not a matter of a lot being built too close to a ravine and therefore close to the top of bank. This is all the way and entirely below the top of bank. That's why it ended up with a golf course on it. An enterprising family opened a privately run family golf course, as you do in lands that aren't developable. It's a very dense neighborhood, Flemington Park. But they came to a point, they put in the last bunch, and then they were at top of bank, and this was left. And so it became a golf course. There's lots of other places where we have golf courses in floodplains in the GTA because that's the only use they lent themselves to. So in making this change, we're now stepping on policies that have been put in place and stood us all in good stead since Hurricane Hazel, when none of us were around. None of us was born. But that the impact of the deaths of people and the collapse of whole subdivisions and roads had a lasting impact on this city. And so while we want to keep our ravines, we're rigid about this policy. It's why elsewhere in my ward, because I have the ravines running through Don Valley North in so many places, elsewhere in this ward, we had to take away 12 meters of developable land all along an entire eastern edge, vastly reducing the amount of density a developer could put on it. It's why top of bank became an issue in a development you're going to see at Sheppard coming forward. It's an issue up on Finch Avenue for Tridell. Developable lands are taken away to rigidly enforce this policy because erosion hazards are real. We also have in our ward areas where we kind of got lax about the policy for a brief period in the 80s, and single family dwelling neighborhoods went in and we started relaxing on the top of bank rules. And so I now have places along ravines where houses are hanging out over an eroded bank. Swimming pools have nothing but the wall, the cement wall of the pool. All of the soil is pulled away. And these are all the things that Toronto Regional Conservation Authority comes to address with vast amounts of dollars from all three governments, from every municipality in the GTA, and with a lot of science on staff. They have some of the best in the country working for them. And so when they make an opinion like this, which is extreme, sometimes they sort of move you back. Tyndale campus, which Madam Chair, you'll be very familiar with. A lot of evaluation went in there to make sure that they could have the areas that they've been given and not touch hazard lands or go anywhere near the ravine. All of that gets brought to bear because the TRCA is very serious about this. This is a task they're charged with. And so it's not a matter of, with respect, are we hanging our hat on just the opinion of the TRCA? They only exist under provincial mandate to make sure that we never have the tragedies we had before. And so whatever needs to be done, that's why, you know, if there's an opposition to this development and it goes to the OLT, you'll find that the provincial government will also be very serious about this particular part of the policy. One of the few things that hasn't been wiped away by the permissive planning policies of Premier Ford. So I'm happy to move the staff recommendations if unless the local councillor wants to move them himself.
Councillor Burnside is saying yes, you can move the staff recommendations. Moved by Councillor Carroll.
I'm happy to, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Okay, we're going to 8.10 now. 48 Grenoble Drive. We have several speakers on this. It's a zoning.
Madam Chair.
Yep. Yes.
Madam Chair, before we proceed, I'm very sorry about this morning. It took me 2 hours and 15 minutes to get here because of the accident. But I have there, you very kindly held some items of mine that probably could really go on quick release. And then, then the staff that may be sitting in the council chamber for them could go.
So 8.1 and 8.2 were moved to deferral by Councillor Pasternak. and that was carried. And then you asked for 8.3. So that is being held, and I believe you'd like to move.
Yes, if it's a quick item, as long as people don't have questions, because it's my intention, having visited the site, this is one that I deferred, visited the site, and the staff member is now, unlike the original report, is now meeting some of the advice he got from staff. I will be on this one moving recommendation 2. It's an options report.
So Councillor Carroll is moving to grant the application for an exemption permit. All those in favor? Moved.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I have one other.
8.11.
Yes, that's it. That's it.
So
Thank you.
There are
Madam
speakers
Speaker.
on the matter, so.
Oh, you have speakers.
Yes.
Oh, okay, so I'll have to continue to hold then that. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Carroll. So we will now proceed with 8.10, 48 Grenoble Drive, zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition applications. And we have several speakers on the matter. We will start with Marcella Thompson. Are you here? Oh, Marcella's here in person. Welcome, Marcella.
Thank you. Sorry. Did you hear the first part? Yes, good morning. I'm a tenant at 48 Grenoble Drive, a place where my husband Norman and I have lived for over 4 decades. We have raised 2 hard-working, law-abiding young people, a place where our grandchildren just love to visit. Our home is a happy place. I'm sorry. I have spent many birthdays in our home, and I hope, by the grace of God, we'll be spending another one tomorrow, October the 18th, but may not have the opportunity to spend another one next year or in the coming years because of the demolition plans of eviction that we as tenants at 48 Grenoble Drive are facing. Some tenants, like my husband and I, have lived at 48 Grenoble Drive for many decades. Many of us are now living on fixed incomes, and we're expecting to spend the winter years of our lives in our happy place. In relative peace, the place we call home. Unfortunately, some are now bedridden. Some have health issues and have difficulties getting around. Some have mental issues, but are not considered sick enough to be hospitalized or put into a home. Some are living on the low income cutoff, which is LICO, with children. In an area with a massive number of residents with core housing needs, approximately 46% are spending more than 30% of household income on housing. We are living in a vulnerable community, and the stress of eviction is causing a lot more distress for everyone living at 48 Grenoble, especially coming right after surviving the pandemic. I come before council today to advocate for the tenants, not just those with issues, but those who are living in the building whose preferred language is not English or French. To request, if you're not a denial, to request a deferral because our building was not adequately consulted based on the language spoken and understood by many of the tenants. Since the application was posted, the developers, 10 Block, and representatives met with the tenants virtually 2 times due to COVID restriction and at an optional in-person tenant drop-in on October the 3rd, 2023, outside of the lobby, where only a small percentage of the tenants attended. Some of those that attended there these meetings, we're left with the impression that the demolition of the building is already approved, and 48 Grenoble Drive is scheduled to be demolished by the summer of 2024. At least 75% of tenants do not understand the tenant relocation assistance package, which is TRAP, presented by the developers. In fact, many are under the impression that the developers will be providing housing for evicted tenants and with the assistance of the developers to move into said housing. Also, new tenants who have moved into 48 were not informed that they were not eligible for any compensation. We have requested that the 10-block project team, consisting of the housing planner, the community planner, and all those who are involved for the application of the demolition of 48 Grenoble Drive, arrange to have a person-to-person meeting with all of the tenants, where tenants who due to language barriers and with the aid of translators may have an opportunity to fully understand the process, the impact, and the repercussions the demolition will have on all of us. The developers have agreed to this, but the date, time, and venue have not yet been set up. This is why I'm here today representing the tenants to request that the council consider deferring this application to amend the zoning bylaw number 22, 127, 125, Norman, yesterday, 16, O for Oliver, Z for Zebra, for 48 Grenoble Drive, whose applicant is the Goldberg Group, be deferred until all the tenants are represented fairly. I thank you for listening to me today. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? No. Okay, we'll continue. Our next speaker is Sue Chen from 10 Block. Welcome, Sue.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would like to thank the North York Community Council for considering this item today. My name is Sue Chen, and I'm a development manager at 10 Block, the developer of 48 Grenoble Drive. I'm here to share some information about 10 Block, our approach to this application, and an overview of the project. 10 Block is a sustainable housing developer with a portfolio of properties across Toronto, spanning over 65 years. We are experienced in housing development and taking a responsible tenant-oriented approach to the rental replacement process. We currently have over 7,000 apartments, either rezoned, in rezoning, or in concept development. Our portfolio includes full redevelopment rental replacement projects, infill projects, and retrofit projects. In our approach to redeveloping 48 Grenoble, we took the considerations and responsibilities associated with rental replacement very seriously. We understand that this project presents a significant change to people's lives, and we thought carefully about how we could help to mitigate that impact. It's been our approach to work collaboratively with city staff and the councilor's office to develop a tenant relocation and assistance plan for the existing tenants that is fair and considerate of the broad range of needs of the people who currently live in the building. Throughout this project, we have also ensured that we're available to answer questions, be transparent, and provide support to tenants throughout the process. 48 Grenoble is located in a wonderful community that will soon be one of the most transit-connected areas in the city. The existing building was built in the 1960s and is reaching the end of its usable life. Redeveloping the site allows us to add new apartments close to where the city is already making substantial investments into new transit and services. Eligible existing tenants will have the right to return to new modernized apartments at rents similar to their current rent. We are also providing leasing agent assistance to help tenants find and apply for new apartments in the interim. As with all 10 Block developments, sustainability is also a key focus. At 48 Grenoble, we intend to achieve at least Tier 2 of the Toronto Green Standard. We are also incorporating a geothermal heating and cooling system at the site so that the building can be heated and cooled using clean renewable energy. Supporting active transportation and providing housing options near the city's transit investments is also a key part of sustainability. And it also means limiting surface and underground parking and supporting residents in transitioning to transit and active transportation. As you know, the city no longer requires that any residential parking be provided. However, recognizing the needs of this neighborhood in particular, we are providing a total of 194 parking spots while investing heavily in safe bike storage and other cycling and transit supportive amenities. As part of the development, we are also dedicating 10% of our land to the city as parkland and providing additional outdoor community space for the neighborhood. On the ground floor, we are providing small-scale community retail space that will activate the site and meet the needs of both building residents and the larger community. We look forward to continuing to advance the project design in order to deliver high-quality apartments and an engaging and community-focused public realm. We have greatly appreciated the opportunity to work together with city staff to develop a project that supports and advances the city's priorities and planning objectives. We hope for approval from the committee today and commit to continuing to support existing building tenants in both their transition out of the building and ultimately when we welcome them back into their new apartments. Thank you, Chair, for the time. I am available to answer questions from the committee.
Thank you, Sue. Any questions for the deputant? Yes, Councillor Burnside.
Thank you. Sorry, when was your application deemed complete?
It was deemed complete March 21, 2022.
Okay, March 21. Okay, and what sort of, some concerns have been expressed about outreach with the existing tenants. What meetings did you have or did city staff have that you might have been involved in?
So in terms of the tenant engagement process, as the previous deputant mentioned, we did have 2 virtual meetings during the COVID pandemic. We also recently, on October 3rd, held an in-person tenant drop-in event as well, and translation to Urdu, Farsi, and Gujarati was provided at the tenant drop-in event. In the meantime, we've stayed in touch or tried to stay in touch with building tenants through communications where many of these communications were also translated into Urdu, Farsi, and Gujarati based on the information that we have about the languages that are spoken.
Okay, thank you. And were there notices placed in the building?
Yes, notices were placed throughout the building, including one right in the lobby in front of the elevators. We also mailed the notices to each, or I should say, the super was kind enough to drop off the notices to each of the units.
Okay, thank you. And just to summarize the proposal, there's one existing building there now that you propose to demolish, correct?
That's correct.
And then how many buildings are you putting up?
It's 2 towers with a shared podium.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. Anyone else have any questions of the deputant? I just have a quick question. Were there any multilingual posters put out in public spaces for people to know what is happening?
Yes, the poster that was posted throughout the building's common areas had a translated notation saying that if you stop by the super's office, you can find a translated version of the letter. And we dropped off printed versions of the letter, including a Q&A, in the super's office so that tenants could pick it up.
And is it clear to tenants that if they move out, they will lose the opportunity for rental replacement? Because it isn't easy to understand that very important piece. So how are tenants notified of this very important, like when they are giving notification to leave, are they, does someone say, oh, are you sure you want to move out? Because if you do, you're not going to get rental replacement in the future.
We have, through 10 Blocks communications and the communications of our tenant engagement team, we have attempted to make that as clear as possible. It is included in the Q&A that was attached to the notice for the tenant drop-in event as well.
So by your estimation, because I think we have quite a few deputants speaking today, what is the biggest resistance from the community members? Why are they opposed to this journey? Because, you know, in some areas there are people who aren't getting rental replacement, and that, you know, is very upsetting. In this case, there is one. It is available, so I'm just wondering, why do you think there's so much opposition from the community?
I appreciate the question. I would not propose to speak on behalf of the tenants. The concerns that I have personally heard relate to the difficulties of moving in and out of the unit and the difficulties of finding a new apartment. To that end, we have worked with city staff to include a move-in and move-out allowance as part of the compensation package, and we are proposing to provide a leasing agent as well to help find and apply for new apartments.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, next speaker is Rebecca Jimmy. I don't know if I pronounced that properly. Is Rebecca online? And Rebecca's not here? Okay, so we'll continue on to Megan Key from No Demevictions. Megan is here. Hi, Megan.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Give me 2 seconds here. Okay. So my name is Megan Key, and I am a tenant at 55 Brownlow Avenue, which is another building that is set to be demolished and redeveloped. I'm also a part of a group called No Demevictions, as you just mentioned, which is a group of tenants associations advocating against profit-driven demolitions like this one at 48 Grenoble. And since Rebecca wasn't able to join us, I just want to briefly mention about 10 Block statements. Of the 8 developments that are on 10 Block's website, 3 of them are major demolitions and redevelopments, many of which house over 100 people at least. And their claim of sustainability, the most sustainable building is one that already exists. So with that being said, I'll start my deputation. So I want to just start this deputation today by just asking everybody just to think for a moment about what urban planning should look like. Ideally, it should look like this. When a population grows, we increase the number of houses, grocery stores, and community services to accommodate it. When we have more children, we build more schools. When our community ages, we build long-term care homes. When we learn that green spaces are beneficial for our well-being, we build more of them. Good urban planning responds to community needs. But what this development showcases so well is that current urban planning is driven by the needs of investors and developers, which is the need to make more money. 48 Grenoble is structurally sound. The lifespan of concrete buildings like this are up to 200 years. This building is not 200 years old. It has 109 affordable rent-controlled units and is serving the needs of the community that lives in it. So instead of rezoning to build density in low-density areas or in vacant lots, we are destroying a rental building that houses over 150 diverse and vulnerable people in the middle of a housing supply crisis. So why are we doing this? In my opinion, we are doing this because it is more politically beneficial to displace thousands of low-income people with limited agency and power than it is to displace hundreds of homeowners. While our communities are being decimated and we are being pushed out of our homes, in some cases to live on the street, politicians continue to protect homeowners in hopes of securing another term. And let me be clear, the consequences of displacing tenants to build density is much more dire than homeowners who would sell their homes for a profit. And it's not just this building. To give you an idea of the scale of this problem, over 70 buildings in Toronto face this same fate, and we know that that number is much higher, even though the data is not being provided to us. Not only will this displace tens of thousands of people, but it is doing so at a time when rental vacancy is below 1.7%, and rent has increased by 30% over the last year alone. We are being systematically pushed out and sold off because the needs of investors and developers dictate our urban planning and our housing policies. Our group have heard many times at Toronto East York Community Council, this is my 3rd deputation on a 10-block development, that if city councillors do not approve these types of developments, they will go to the OLT and tenants will lose all protections on anything that they negotiate at city council. So if you want to know what you can do, we have an open letter that's supported by dozens of community organizations that I would love just to leave with you if you'd be willing to take it. But here are some of the main highlights. Number 1, We need every single city councillor to mobilize in the City of Toronto to approach the provincial government in asking for a moratorium on evictions. You're about to displace almost 10,000 people at least, and so until you can understand the impact that that's going to have, we believe that we need to put a pause on all demolitions. Number two, I already touched on this briefly, is data collection. Data collection on evictions and who's being impacted does not currently exist, is not available, and we have been asked to pay fees to procure this information. Any good urban plan requires data, so start collecting it, share it publicly, and use it to guide decision making. Number three is a evictions committee at City Council, because tenants who stand to be impacted the most by the housing crisis deserve a seat at the table, because lived experience is experience. Our fourth request is that every affordable rental building that goes up for sale should give first right of refusal to the tenants who live in that building, allowing them an opportunity to form a co-op or community land trust and protect the limited stock of affordable housing. The fifth is strengthen rental replacement bylaws. There are too many points to go over here, including rent gap payments actually reflecting the rising rent costs in the city, but it's included in the open letter and on our website at nodemevictions.ca if you want to read more about those requests. And the last is rent and vacancy control, which I understand is a provincial problem, but the City Council can put pressure on the provincial government to reinstate rent and vacancy control on all units, because a lack of rent control only further incentivizes short-term vacancy and quick turnover, forcing tenants to live in incredibly unstable lives. You may not be familiar with me and my friends at No Dem Evictions who will be speaking today, but I assure you this is not the last time you'll be seeing or hearing from us. We are nothing if not persistent. And before I finish up today, I just have one last thing to say. We vote. We are organizing, and we will remember whether you choose to stand with vulnerable tenants that you were elected to protect or with the investors and developers. Class consciousness is rising in this city and across the country, so I encourage you to read our open letter and work with us, because we are a critical juncture in history, and it is up to you to choose what side of history you choose to be on. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Any questions of the deputant? Councillor Burnside has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you. So I think we can agree it's a terrible situation for tenants. Where I'm confused is how is this pushing this particular issue, this particular building, pushing them out?
What do you mean? Can you add additional context?
I'm actually asking you what you mean.
By what?
You said this development's pushing people out.
Yes.
So what does that mean? I don't understand.
Well, displacement of tenants from their homes is extremely
Oh,
concerning,
100%,
right?
yeah.
Okay. So this development is not just one development, it's one of over 70 buildings that this is happening to in the city. So we can look at just this one building.
Please.
But I think the broader context is important.
Well, we're actually talking about this development. So I'm just asking you a question about this development. I understand the broader context, but my understanding, as I say, we can agree this is terrible for tenants. I totally sympathize, but I'm not clear how it's pushing them out. My understanding is they will be relocated, which is terrible. It's upheaval, and I 100% agree with that. But my understanding is they will be coming. They can come back to the building at the favorable rent.
Okay,
Is that
so
correct?
just to respond to your question then, a lot of these tenants that are going to be displaced from their communities, there's no, as far as I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, there are no terms and conditions that they will be living within any certain radius, kilometer radius of their current communities. A lot of the tenants, as Marcella outlined, they probably rely on different social services, community supports, as well as things like doctors and other social supports that people rely on, including schools. Relocating children obviously is traumatic for young kids. And so there are many different ways in which people are being displaced, and there are terms and conditions of leasing agents, but there's actually no enforcement for that. Is there an enforcement agent to ensure that every single person is relocated in a space that is within their budget? And another thing, just to touch on the rental replacement bylaws, is that rent gap payments currently, they only use other affordable rental units. They don't use market units or condos to calculate the number for the rent gap payments. But we're demolishing a bunch of rent-controlled affordable buildings. And so if we're not using condo market data, that means that people are going to be shouldering the financial burden of being displaced. That financial burden will fall on tenants. And so that's something that we're trying to avoid.
So the tenants in this particular building,
Yes.
are you saying the burden of the rent will be on them when they come back?
Yes, I mean, unless The law
And then I'm going to
changes.
ask staff the same question because I think it's an
Sure.
important question. It's an excellent point you're raising.
Right, so maybe you can clarify for me on rent gap payments. On rent gap payments for an affordable purpose-built rental building like this, is CMHC data using all market units? Is it using condo data? Because that's realistically all that we're building these days, and so we need to be using that data. But from other developments that I've spoken on, we do not use that data.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. Yep.
The open letter?
You're welcome to give them to the clerk and we can, thank you. Any other questions of the deputant? No. I've heard that Rebecca is now online, and so Rebecca Gimme is going to speak now.
Hello, am I online? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, that's perfect.
Welcome.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair and councillors. My name is Rebecca Gimme, and my own apartment building's application has already been approved by City Council for demolition. I'm in 145 St. George, and our tenant committee has been respectfully engaged with the same developers here with 10 Block and with their community liaison with Blithfield, as well as our own city councillor and city planners. It's not great, but we were able to meet about the compensation packages and timelines in working meetings before and after the decision. So one of the biggest concerns was about accessibility and AODA standards for future communications with tenants, specifically around visual and hearing impairments, and particularly concerned with translation, which we were told could be made available upon request, and even through a survey of tenants beforehand. So I know this conversation has happened recently with 10 Block and Blithfield, that it's on their radar. I know they have submitted some elements here at 48 Grenoble, but I have to say I'm very disappointed to see that these same accommodations have not been thoroughly made to the tenants at 48 Grenoble, because I have been working alongside these tenants for months, and I went there on Sunday to help survey, and I went to bear witness. I can tell you firsthand that about half the tenants I spoke to were relieved to even be asked. Often it was a small child at the door, and they would translate to their parent. The whole demeanor would change. They were so happy to know that there was a possibility of translation so they could make more informed decisions for themselves and their families. I'm saying this as someone facing dumb eviction who has spent 2.5 years trying to understand these same policies and the tenant's relocation and assistance package, the TRAP, which is decreasing in value and in no way covers the high cost of tenants, as Megan described. The process at 48 Grenoble has been significantly accelerated compared to my own building, and not enough time for tenants to fully participate by organizing, gathering resources, and accessing advice. So I've been told by my city councillor and city planners that they are striving for consistency and predictability across application decisions for developers and provincial pressure, especially after my own tenants committee has repeatedly flagged the needs for clear information from the same applicant. I am also asking for consistency to be extended here to tenants. I fully support the tenants of 48 Grenoble Drive's request for deferral of your decision today until after another community meeting is held with more accessible information and with translators available based on the tenants' needs. First and foremost, I'm part of the No Dumb Evictions group, and I continue to sound the alarm. Destruction of purpose-built rental housing is short-sighted, irreversible, and damaging to the city, and we request a moratorium on evictions and to include tenants in advising your council going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca. Any questions of the deputant? No, thank you. Our next speaker is Lindsay Blackwell from No Dumb Evictions. Is Lindsay online? Yep.
I am online. Can you hear me?
Great. Yes, I can.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can now.
There we go.
Yep.
Perfect. Sorry, I have one of the little ones with me. So
you're welcome to speak.
Thank you. And I'm sorry if the littlest one starts crying. I do have a bottle. So thank you, everyone. My name is Lindsay Blackwell. I'm a tenant of 88 Isabella Street, who's being evicted as well. Toronto East York Community Council voted to demolish me and my family's home in June. I'm also an organizer with No Dumb Evictions, and many of us are here today to support the tenants of 48 Grenoble. For more than a decade, I have led consultation, engagement, partnership building on behalf of the provincial government. I have designed, delivered, and evaluated consultations with other key stakeholders and communities across Ontario. I am an expert in government-led consultations. And I can tell you definitively that the consultation for demevictions generally, and for 48 Grenoble in particular, was poorly done with little to no opportunity for meaningful input. For that reason, I'm here to request that you defer voting on this item until tenants can be meaningfully consulted. So what does good consultation look like? Briefly. So I'm getting some feedback. Just going to give that a second, please.
We can't hear any feedback on our end.
Okay. All right, I'll continue. So
Madam Speaker, if I can just interrupt again, if there are any microphones on in your committee room for us outside, we get the feedback.
So the speaker's
you.
mic was just turned off, and we should be good.
Okay, thank you. So just to resume, what does good consultation look like? It should be done early in the process where views can genuinely be taken into account to influence decisions. It should be an ongoing process to ensure that everyone is working to build a shared understanding of what will happen. Decision makers should make sure that consultation includes all stakeholders or communities affected with very low barriers to participation, especially for more vulnerable or more marginalized communities. And finally, information should be very easy to understand, which includes accessibilities, using plain language, and ensuring translation is available. So here's what happens in the demeviction consultation process. A sign goes up on the property saying that there's a proposal to demolish and rezone the building. Tenants are given no information. They have to hunt it down online. It's worded in heavily technical language and it's difficult to understand. Eventually there's a public consultation. Usually it's online, but it's not consultation. It's an information sharing session on something that is certain to be approved. Moreover, these consultations blur the line between government and developers who seem to design the presentation together. It's not clear who's running the show ever. And then there's usually an online tenants consultation. And again, the lines are blurred on who's running the show. Tenants are fed pretty decent sounding lines that they will receive compensation and relocation assistance. But when you dig into the details, including what Megan said about rent gap payments, the tenant relocation assistance plan falls short and tenants are left subsidizing the development proposals due to our volatile rental market in this city. And then city planning writes a report and there's maybe a paragraph about the consultation process and there's no analysis of the devastating human impact of demevicting tenants. And then we end up at community council here. You have 5 minutes to plead with councillors to vote against the proposals, but they inevitably vote to approve it. So this has nothing to do with constituents and deputations or anything like that. So to be clear, none of this is good consultation practice, and you have an expert here telling you that it's not. So in the case of 48 Grenoble, this is actually even worse because many are vulnerable and marginalized, and it's consistent with the demographic profile of Flemington Park, which the city uses that data, by the way. So others have told you the vast majority of tenants do not speak English. 71% of residents don't speak French or English as their mother tongue, and the majority don't use the official languages in their homes. You know, they speak Urdu, Tagalog, Farsi, Gujarati, Tamil, etc. Did the city or developer consult in these languages? No, they say that they did not, because when we went around on Sunday, people had no clue what was going to happen to them. So 88% of residents in Flemington Park live in apartments and have a much higher rate of poor housing need than the rest of Toronto. This means they're spending far too much of their income on housing or inadequate housing, and they will struggle to find alternative housing in Toronto given the lack of affordable rentals. Finally, all income and poverty measures for Flemington Park indicate an economically marginalized population. And a substantially higher population of children and the elderly living below the low income cutoff. Did the city offer multiple consultation opportunities so that tenants could participate given work obligations or childcare, any of that? No. So on every single demographic indicator, city planning should have realized that the standard demeviction process would be grossly inadequate for these tenants. It implies negligence at best and preying upon vulnerable people at worst. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? No. Thank you, Lindsay. Oh, yes, one question from Councillor Burnside.
Thank you. So how could the consultation or the information, however you want to articulate it, process be improved? You said this was one of the
How much
worst.
time do you have?
So what's that? Sorry?
I said, how much time do you have?
Uh,
So first,
Yeah, I'm a short question, short answer guy, but go ahead.
yeah. So first of all, the tenants should not learn that their building is being demolished with a City of Toronto sign. There should be some kind of meeting held beforehand before that's even done. It's a very shocking process to go through. Moreover, you have to have more than one public consultation and more than one tenant consultation. And I know the 10 block representative said, oh, we did this and we had this, but I've been through this with my own developer. And I can tell you, it's not consultation, it's information sharing on what the process is and what it, like what the city standard is. It's not an opportunity for meaningful input. You need to embed that into the engagement process. Moreover, when you do engage and you imply that you're consulting, it gives the impression that, people are able to influence the outcome of what's being proposed, like here at this meeting. But I know that every single one of these councillors is going to vote to approve this because there's the threat of the OLT. So with that in mind, you can't call this a consultation. You need to do better. I'm sorry.
No, okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. Any other questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much for sharing today, Lindsay. And our next deputant is Kristen Haynes from the EPRA. Is Kristen online? No, okay. Is she here in person? No. No. Okay. So we're going to move to Charlotte Mickey or Mikey. Charlotte? No?
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can.
Hello. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I'm also a member of the No Dem Evictions group, and my colleague on the No Dem Evictions group, Michael Whitehead, is unable to attend at this time, and so I think he's going to miss his deputation. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure. And he's authorized me to read his statement. Would that be okay with the group, Madam Chair?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Michael Whitehead, and I have lived at 25 St. Mary Street for 29 years. My building has already been approved for dem eviction. I'm part of the No Dem Evictions group. I'm here to speak on behalf of those at 48 Grenoble. When the people of a class are badly treated for long enough by those in power and those elected to protect them and maintain a livable city, this oppression creates the conditions for that class, the tenants of Toronto, to rise up in their own defense and push back against greed, evil, cowardice, and incompetence. Make no mistake, members of North York Community Council, today you have the choice to do your job or to declare war against the tenants of Toronto and face their justifiable wrath at your dereliction of duty. First, this very community council meeting is, as currently operated, wildly undemocratic. For every councillor to agree to support what the councillor for award, Mr. Burnside, has negotiated with the planning, heritage, forestry, and legal departments and the developer, but with no meaningful input from the people who live in a building, is just wrong. For you to listen to deputations at this meeting while councillors check their phones and type on their computers is a clear indication that this is a pro forma exercise only. This is not really listening. And then to say after pretending to listen that you're sorry that people are losing their homes and then vote to do just that is the height of hypocrisy. The tenants of Toronto are not opposed to development. They are opposed to the wrong kind of development, the kind that is profit-driven, reduces the stock of affordable housing, replacing it with market rate rentals that are not rent controlled, or luxury condos that are unaffordable for most of those who call Toronto home. It is gaslighting to say that if councillors don't make these deals, then the developers will go to the Ontario Land Tribunal or the Minister of Housing will change the rules. Councillors are failing to do their jobs, perhaps to help fill a large budget gap, perhaps because they are choosing to side with the developers. The tenants of several buildings held a demonstration on this issue at Nathan Phillips Square on Monday, October 2nd, and invited every councillor in the mayor to attend and receive an open letter. Not one councillor showed up to listen. They did not even send a staff member to receive the letter. By contrast, when we marched up University Avenue to Queen's Park, 3 NDP MPPs attended and spoke in favor of rent vacancy and control. At this point in Michael's letter, there's a reiteration of the demands from No Dem Evictions, which I think you've already heard from Megan, but I'll quickly repeat them. A citywide moratorium on dem evictions. Should the city want to approve a dem eviction, tenants must be 100% compensated for all their costs. Replacement units should remain rent controlled for 100 years. A dem eviction committee where tenants and experts in housing can meaningfully shape policy. Data collection on dem evictions to track and publicly report on the scope and impact of these projects. Transparency in sales of purpose-built rentals, including a right of first refusal for tenants to purchase their own building. Today, you can vote to defer discussion of 48 Grenoble until tenants have been meaningfully consulted. Your Deputy Ombudsman for Housing will likely tell you that you have manifestly failed to consider the human rights of the residents of 48 Grenoble and are at risk of a successful human rights complaint reversing today's decision. If you vote in favor of this dem eviction and others today, you will almost certainly not be elected 2 years from now, and you could face a citywide rent strike before then, as thousands of tenants become fed up with the council's abject failure to represent them and a livable Toronto. Please do the right thing. And that's it from Michael.
Thank you. Did you want to continue and share yourself?
Yeah, I can tell you that I did visit the building alongside my colleagues on Sunday, and all I wanted to say is that it's a very, very nice building in beautiful shape. There's been a lot of recent improvements made to the building. The tenants' apartments are lovely and very well kept. I think there's a general impression that these places are really at their end of life and derelict. I would like to correct that impression. It's not the case at all. It's a great building, and that's really it for me.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you, Charlotte. And we're going to move to the next deputant, Annette Trevorrow Gasher, also from No Dem Evictions. And I believe is she here? No. Okay. We're going to move to the next deputant, Patricia Johnston. Patricia's here in person.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Patricia Johnston, and I'm here to support 48 Grenoble. I also am under a order of eviction at 145 St. George. I had the privilege of visiting 48 Grenoble and meeting many of the tenants. What upsets me more than anything else is a lot of them, their second language is English, and they've been broadsided. They have no idea what's coming down the pipe. They have no idea what's going to go or what's going to happen to them. I think any further meeting should be eliminated until they are brought up to date. They know what's going to happen, and hopefully it doesn't, but we all know that's probably not going to happen. My main concern is a lot of them are, as I said, they come in from war-torn countries or whatever, and this is it's like being back there. I mean, it's like saying, don't unpack your bags because you're not staying. Where are you going to put these people when you do decide to tear down 48 Grenoble? There's no available apartments, many of them. There's not many. They're very expensive, and there's going to be a lot of people tossed out in the streets, at least 4,000 people. Where are you going to put these people? What are you going to do in the meantime? Well, supposedly they're going to be able to return to a lovely, nicer building. And I have asked that questions on many occasions, and there isn't an answer. And I have never been given an answer. And I feel the same way they do. I'm scared. Where am I going to go? There's nothing out there for me or these other 4,500 people. Where are you going to put them in the meantime? Please answer that question for me. That's all I want to know. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Any questions of the deputant? No? Okay, thank you, Patricia. Our next deputation is from Jeff Hayworth. Is Jeff here in person or online? No. Okay. And our next deputation is from Walid Kogali Ali. Is he online? No. And then last deputation is from Krunal Patel. And Krunal is online. Krunal, welcome to North York Community Council. Oh, you're here.
Yes,
Oh.
I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair and City Council. Thank you for providing me an opportunity to speak here. I think my video is not on. Let me turn on the video. Yeah. Okay. So I'm current tenant of 48 Grenoble Drive, and I do completely agree with above speakers about poor communication and not accepting our feedback in consultation meeting. To be honest, is my personal opinion. To me, it looked like just a presentation to us. But here I wanted to make sure about two things, that it's best from my understanding what I know. First is for parking spot, and second is for a rent gap payment. I'm just quoting from the September 18 zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition application decision report. On subpoint I, page 3, it says the owner shall provide, make available for rent at least 19 vehicle parking spaces for tenants of replacement units. The terms and condition of renting vehicle parking spaces to tenant of replacement rental unit shall be satisfied of a chief planner and executive director, city planning division. On the same page, same report, page number 6, the proposal contains 194 residential parking spaces, of which 14 will be visitor parking and 19 would be the residential parking space for replacement rental units. My concern is we are 90 for households, and if we are going to provide 19 parking spots among us when we are coming back, or they'll say if we don't get the parking spot, we'll be getting $2,000 compensation. But my concern is if there is no parking space for my car, I can't go for work. I can't do anything. So to me, it seems like an agenda for not allowing existing tenant to come back to the building. And the second point I wanted to represent is for rent gap payment. I'm quoting from the same report, page number 18. The title is Tenant Relocation and Assistance Plan. The vacant market rent used to establish rent gap payment will be indexed upward for the better reflect changes in market conditions since compensation of the latest CMHC survey. But we haven't heard anything that it would be indexed because the rent gap payment we're getting right now, the numbers are from previous years, and they're like $1,677 for my apartment. But if I go in open market right now, I wouldn't be getting anything cheaper than $2,000, $2,200. So as previously mentioned, that burden of $500-600 would be definitely coming on me. Meanwhile, the development is underway here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Krunal. Any questions of the deputant? No? Okay, I've been advised that Walid Kogali Ali is now online, so we will hear from him. Walid, welcome.
Good afternoon, folks. Thank you so much for the opportunity to depute. Thank you to Councillor Lily for the opportunity as well. I just wanted to highlight that there have been many residents of 48 Grenoble Drive that have requested, a solution to, I think, the crisis that are impacting the entire city, which is the loss of affordable rental in the city. And when I look at the application that has been put forward, the tenant relocation assistance plan, that has been put forward, it's important to incorporate the changes or the needs of the tenants. to ensure that this rental units are affordable in the long term. Making sure that folks are not obligated to changes that are put forward just by the owner without the support of the tenants. There's conversations I know related to parking, which is also has been very challenging due to the lack of parking spaces in many parts of the city. I know many people that live in rental housing have to take on more than one job and sometimes have to drive from the downtown core for those economic opportunities. So ensuring that the folks that desperately need it are able also to access it, and there's some sort of equity in the provision of those parking spaces. And my question to members of council is, when will there be a review if this rezoning application is approved, to check in with the tenants to ensure that the provisions that have been promised by the developer partner has been executed in a way that the tenants would like, and most importantly, when it comes to planning, the planning regime that's related to affordable housing, how do we make sure that future developments provide the best conditions for tenants to be able to live in their community? So those were the thoughts that I wanted to share with regards to this specific application. And I want to thank the tenants of 48 Grenoble Drive for their advocacy. It's the changes that are coming to our city have not been easy, but it's important for council and the various offices of the city, specifically the housing secretariat, to appreciate the level of work that's been put in by residents and tenants to make sure that there's a fair planning regime, as well as a project, specifically this rezoning application, that meets the needs of tenants. The last point that I want to raise is with regards to community benefits that will come out of this rezoning application. I'm more interested in finding out what will the developer partner provide in the long term, in addition to the commitments made in the rezoning application, to better support the community as a whole, not go beyond the residents of the 48 Grenoble Drive location. So that's the question that I want to pose, that hopefully we'll get an answer to. Thank you.
Thank you, Waleed. Does anyone have any questions of the deputant? No. Thank you for coming today. And our next, we have one additional deputant. Her name is Jocelyn Deeks from Blithfield, who will now speak. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you, Chair. My name is Jocelyn Deeks. I'm a partner at Blithfield, and I lead the community engagement practice. I am engaged by 10 Block with respect to tenant engagement on 48 Grenoble Street. From the start, it has been very important to us to take a tenants first approach in all aspects of the project. And we began tenant communications with the tenants as early as possible in advance of the planning application being submitted to the City of Toronto. The human element of this project has not been lost on any of us, that there are people at the heart of this project, and consideration of the people who currently live in the building has been top of mind throughout the process. The rental replacement process is complicated, and I think that's been evident by some of the deputations that we've heard today. And one of our goals was to provide clarity all through the process. We created multiple channels for conversations with tenants from the applicant side of things, including creating a project-based website, which was translated into 3 languages in addition to English, having a dedicated email address, and having a dedicated phone number to connect into the project team. And based on that, our understanding, again, of the demographics of the building, we translated any of our written communication materials into those additional languages, which based on our research were the languages that were had the highest need in the building. I think you heard some of them mentioned by another deputant, including Farsi, Urdu, and Gujarati. We have worked with city staff to ensure that they were aware of what we were hearing was on people's minds, and we consulted with staff on how we, as the applicant team, could best communicate in addition to the work that city staff were doing themselves. Providing a package that was not only fair, but exceeds the requirements from the province and the city was something that we also strive to achieve in the process. The goal has been to mitigate the hardship to tenants and address the range of circumstances that have been presented to us. Our intention is to continue to share information and work with tenants through the relocation process. And I think you heard another deputant talk about some of the work that we've been doing, that I have been involved in on another similar type of project. And the purpose of that is in order to mitigate the challenge of relocating or temporarily relocating. We are appreciative of the tenant leaders who have stepped forward from the building to step forward to share their ideas and requests with respect to tenant engagement, and do look forward to continuing to work with them through the process. We hope that at the end of the day, returning tenants will have an opportunity to enjoy their new modern units as a part of the community in the new development. I would be very happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Councillor Burnside?
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned that you exceeded the provincial and city requirements regarding the rental replacement policy. Can you articulate that a bit more? It's a broad statement.
Certainly. So with respect to the tenant relocation and assistance package, as I'm sure everybody is aware, the provincial requirements are quite basic, and the city has their policies that they layer on as well. In terms of exceeding that, some of the ways that this particular package does exceed it is to include an indexing of the rent gap payment to factor in the time that will pass from when the project initially starts to the returning time point, as well as, for example, things like compensation for parking spots, as there is a reduction of parking in the new development.
So when you say indexing of rent gap, what's the standard, and what exactly are you saying?
So I do think city staff, who are the people who secured that particular provision, might be the best people who are able to specifically answer what they've secured with respect to the amount of indexing, but that there is a provision for allowing for an increase in rent that people would naturally expect over the course of the construction period. But exact numbers and that type of thing and what city staff have secured, I think might be best answered by them, Councillor.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Any other questions of the deputant? I have a couple of questions. So how many in-person meetings were held with the tenants?
So when we had an applicant-led or applicant-hosted initial meeting with the tenants, it was online due to COVID. Similarly, city staff, when they hosted the meeting that they host as part of the tenant meeting, that also was an online meeting. And then we had recently the drop-in session, so one in person. That was in addition to the regular meetings through the process.
And how many attended the online meetings?
So the online meeting that we had as an applicant-led meeting, I'm going to give you an estimate of 35 people, which I think reasonably represents the range of people who attended. I think Johanna city staff would probably have the exact numbers of who attended the city-hosted online tenant meeting, but I'm going to say that I believe it was somewhere in that same range, but city staff can verify that.
And how many drop by and the drop in?
We did not do a sign-in because we wanted to just sort of have that opportunity for people to ask questions as they came. And so I would say that we were approximately over the course of the 3-ish hours, 4 hours that we were there, I think it was 40 people.
So this poster that says "Go to the front desk if you need a translation," is the title of the poster translated?
So we had text on our communications, and there are communications that the city sends out as well. But for applicant-led communications, we had text on them. But no, it wasn't. The heading wasn't translated. But there was text to say that in whatever language, and to say that additional resources are available in.
So they might not know the matter of why they would need to go to the office if the title is not translated. Is that possible?
That is possible. One thing I will say was that in order to distinguish our communications from a regular building communication related to a maintenance matter or a cleaning matter or something like that, we did create a specific colors and that kind of thing, so that it was just the communications were distinctly looked different from a communication that might also say the carpets are being cleaned on Tuesday.
I think the title should say "You will need to move out" in big red letters, translated in all the languages, and then tell people to get the translated materials. Because if people don't know that their home is at risk, they might not, this is a vulnerable community. We have people who are working shift work, probably don't have the time to process. So unless there's red big letters that say what the matter is, I worry that people don't understand what is at stake here. Was there any, I really admire the efforts of No Dem Evictions for going door to door. And I think especially in vulnerable communities, door to door is often the best way to make sure everybody understands. Has there ever been an attempt to do that with these residents?
So as an applicant team, no, we didn't go door to door. Councillor, it is a bit of a fine balance of not creating fear and or people feeling like they are being forced out. However, I do know that city staff, and they would be best able to answer this, but city staff did conduct a site visit as part of their review of the process, and I believe they would have spoken to tenants at that time. So it might be worth asking them as well how that went.
So let's hypothetically say I'm a Farsi speaker and I didn't understand the title, so I don't really know why I need to get some other thing translated. Is it possible there are people who live in the building who don't know that this is happening?
So, I think there's been a significant amount of communication, and there are neighbors who talk to each other within apartment buildings. That's often, unsurprisingly, the community, whether it's on a street or whether it's in a building, neighbors talk. And so I think that certainly there would be communication that would have happened within the building, which is not what we relied on as a communication channel. But I do think that also has existed as well. And we had several communications over the last 18 months to convey information to people. But I can't speak to councillor.
So do you have an email address list of all the tenants in the building?
We don't, as an applicant team, don't keep people's email addresses just because it causes issues for us unless people opt into communications. We respond to people when they directly communicate with us. We don't keep people's email addresses.
And so if I'm a Farsi speaker and then I do know this is happening and I need help navigating the whole process, I don't understand the terms, I see all these documents and maybe I see translations of those documents, but I really need to be coached through this process. Is there an avenue of someone who can respond to questions and respond in a timely fashion throughout the whole process for non-English speakers?
So anybody who indicated to us that there was a translation requirement, which respectfully we did not get an email that said that, and I think that there's a number of reasons why that happened, but certainly when we had the applicant-led tenant meeting, when we had translators there, and when we saw people were a little bit hesitant, we asked language, we got people to ask language, and you know, Farsi, Urdu, or Gujarati, and we actually had our Farsi translator could speak a little bit of Dari as well, so there was a little bit of that, but not fluent, and we didn't pretend it was. And so also, though, there in all city materials, there are also provisions that if you require accommodation of any kind, whether it be due to language or anything else, that that those accommodation be made with respect to those services. And we had offered to the city as well that as an applicant team, we'd be more than happy to assist them in providing that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No. Okay.
I see Councillor Carroll.
Councillor Carroll.
Madam Chair, sorry.
Yep,
Took me
go
a while
ahead.
to unmute. I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Can I? Oh, thanks so much. Yeah, there was much discussion amongst the deputations about the parking. So I'm kind of surprised. I reviewed it, and I don't dislike the application. I get intensifying in Flemington, certainly. But in your resubmission, you've gone up in the number of units, and yet parking is down to 37% of what it was. And I know that, you can do no parking in a building now, but this is a building that's very, very suburban. Despite the fact that it's close to transit, it's very, very suburban. And so I'm wondering if we could revisit whatever engineered drawings you had that actually did allow for 522 spots.
So, Councillor, I can maybe speak to part of that through the chair. My role on this project is specifically with respect to tenant engagement. But with respect to the parking, I think that consideration of the reduction of parking was due to the transit context, as you said, and the incoming 2 new transit lines, and a recognition of that, as well as in support of the building's sustainability goals with respect to that parking, thinking about that parking provision. But that might be the extent to which I personally, in my role on this project, can speak to the parking, what's being provided with respect to parking.
So even with respect to the tenants, having reduced it to 37% of what it was, but then if one considers if the folks that are there exercise a substantial number of the spots that they would like to have, if they max out the spots that are being offered to them, the rest of them take cash, you've further reduced what's available to the residents. And my own particular bugaboo for these tenants and for others, when we reduce the resident parking, my experience along the Sheppard subway corridor is that you can have a building full of carless tenants or owners, but now they're completely reliant on, when they do need a car, their support system comes by with a car to help them. When they enter into a relationship with someone, I call it boyfriend parking. People need overnight parking. People need the families here, and we're going to be here for 6 hours today parking. 14 spots really doesn't cover 1,013 units. And the tenants who have been used to having adequate parking would feel particularly disadvantaged there. So it's a bit of a tenant relocation settlement issue here. Would you not agree?
So certainly, I think we did hear from some tenants throughout the process with respect to the parking provision, and for a couple people, I think certainly there's probably more than a few that feel this way. I will say I'm thinking particularly of a couple of people who commented specifically on the challenges that would be presented by the reduction in the parking. And I think that, again, it is looking ahead to what is the changing context of the neighborhood and what those opportunities are. I believe, and I hope that, because I'm speaking outside of my area of expertise, I will caveat that significantly. But I believe that in the transportation study, in the review of the parking spots that are available generally in the neighborhood in terms of the utilization, I believe that there was availability, for example, in other buildings. And even on this site today, not all of the parking spots are fully utilized by the, there's availability. They're not all used by the tenants. But that comes with a caveat, not as your transportation engineer or planner.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thanks for your comments. I appreciate I was putting you on the spot.
That's
Thanks.
okay. No, thanks, Councillor.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions? Nope. Okay, thank you very much, Jocelyn. And we are just going to give another shout out to Annette Trevorrow-Gasher to see, are you online or here in person? No. Okay, so we are just going to move to extend the meeting to finish this item before lunch. Anyone opposed?
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
I wonder if I could ask the indulgence of the members. The very next item after this, which is 11, I have two speakers, but I have a meeting after lunch, and I may have to leave NYCC. Is there any chance we could extend to finish 10 and 11?
Yes, is that the will of council? Does anyone? Oh, no one's opposed, so yes. Great.
Oh, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Except will we lose quorum after lunch then? Okay, great. Okay, so now we're going to move questions to staff. Oh, first let's vote on extending the schedule until we finish 8.10 and 8.11 and then resume at 1:30. Anyone opposed? Carried? Okay, thank you. So questions of staff for 8.10, 48 Grenoble. We'll start with Councillor Burnside. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. One of the deputies discussed the delta of about $500 for when he moves out, and I guess while they're building. Can you explain that? Somebody? He said that the allowable for a one bedroom, I think, was in the range of $1,700, but the actual cost of a one bedroom is $2,200. If I'm getting his statement correct.
Yeah, through the chair, the city requires the applicant to provide rent gap assistance to tenants. So that's the difference between the rent that tenants currently pay and the market area rent for the area based off of Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation data. So we look at average rents for vacant apartment rental units in the area and use that to determine the kind of upper limit of the rent gap assistance.
And I think the concern was that you look at the previous year, obviously. Is there any provision for the current year? Because we've heard that rents have gone up substantially in the last year.
Yes, through the chair, we base that data off the most recent rental market survey done by CMHC. Usually it's done in October. And so what we would do is index those rents upwardly for each month between October and when the tenants move to ensure that that rent gap assistance is more reflective of the market area rents at the time that they're actually looking for new for alternative housing. Okay,
that's helpful. Thank you. And then once the building is completed, could you speak about the right of return, as it were, and the cost of coming back into the building?
Through the chair, so all of the eligible tenants will have the right to return to units of the same unit type. they will receive a second moving allowance when they sign the lease for their new unit. So they'll receive a first moving allowance when they move out of their existing units and a second one to move into their new units.
Okay, and like let's say if they were paying $1,500 now and they're come back in 3 years, what would the expected rent be?
Through the chair, the expected rent would be the $1,500 only increased by the provincial guideline for each year. So it'll be very similar to what they're currently paying now.
Okay, thank you. I think that was all. That's all I had. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? No. I have a question.
Question, Madam Speaker?
Oh, okay, sure.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Councillor Carroll.
Oh, okay. It was just a quick follow-up on the parking question that I was asking one of the applicant's reps. I'm wondering if it's possible for us to take into consideration at some point when the earlier application, another time back in the last term, nevertheless, at the time they had, I would assume, done some engineering and were finding ways to be able to accommodate more than 500 spaces underneath this building. I recognize that we have new parking bylaws, but we're not wedded to them. If we're concerned about the unique site, can we not go beyond the updated modern parking bylaws and insist on more?
Through the chair, it is possible to go above and beyond, but I should mention that the city's transportation planning division, as well as the transportation services division, have taken a look at the current rates, and we're comfortable with the provision of the rates as indicated in the zoning bylaw.
So despite the fact that this is a traditionally deeply suburban, a tower block village, nevertheless, it's still a suburban area. And you know, we have a group of residents here that have been used to car access being there. They're great transit riders, but they also use their cars. It's very busy, for instance, in Flemington on the weekend, because while you might commute by transit, it's hard to get your necessities dealt with in the suburbs on the weekend without one. And so you see a lot of cars, and I dare say cabs and Ubers as well. We don't even have enough real visitor and drop-off space in the design at this point. Are those things like the drop-off space? Where does the Uber park? Where does the Amazon delivery park? Are those things that can be addressed in site plan? Because I really don't see them looking in the drawings.
So, sorry, I apologize, I was on mute. It's Luigi Nicolucci from Transportation Services Area 2 Development Planning Review.
And clearly you have a car.
Unfortunately, it's not that one. If it was that one, I wouldn't be working here, believe me. So to answer your first question, as I think Derek tried to mention earlier, yes, there is this bylaw requirement out there, the new bylaw. Our objective in transportation services has always been, historically, even now, to try and secure whatever parking is required to accommodate the demand. However, I must say that we are fighting an uphill battle more often than not, because there are these new rates out there that essentially give proponents of developments the ability to provide 0 parking spaces if they so choose. And because that bylaw is out there, we are having a difficult, very, very difficult time securing whatever parking we think is appropriate. That's just some food for thought for now. In terms of your comments regarding, or your questions regarding pickup and drop off and Uber deliveries and Uber Eats and whatnot, that is something that we try and secure normally through the site plan process, because
Okay.
the reality is that's something that has happened. It's probably picked up since the pandemic happened, and it
Yeah.
will continue to happen in the future. So we try and do that wherever possible. Yes.
Yes, because I really don't see, my experience in the places where I have agreed to reducing the parking is that then deliveries go up. If I can't hop in my car and go to the mall now, I really truly am an online shopper. I'm an online eater, and I'm going to Uber more often than a person who owns a car. And so that becomes extremely important. So the site plan process, does that become a focus in every application?
We are taking a more proactive measure through the chair, I should say.
Okay.
We are taking a more proactive measure for those types of things, because that's just good site planning given the current circumstance that the world is in.
Okay, thank you so much. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I just have a couple questions, unless anyone has any. Okay. So I just was wondering, right now, how many parking spots are there that are rented by tenants?
Through you, Madam Chair, there are approximately 60, I believe 63 parking spots.
63. And so those 63 tenants will be able to get a parking spot, is that correct?
No, not all of them. So, sorry to clarify, some tenants were renting 4 up to 5 parking spots each. So there weren't actually 63 tenants renting. There were a much smaller number of tenants renting, but to your question, there's currently being proposed 19 parking spaces for the replacement rental
19.
units specifically. So not all of the tenants who currently have parking will have parking when they come back. And this issue was brought up at the community consultation meeting as well as a tenant meeting, which was why we asked for the additional compensation.
So that is a huge challenge, because if you have a family with 2 cars and if their jobs require them to travel, that's not transit friendly. That family, what are their options?
We could not require parking to be fully replaced in line with the city's zoning bylaw, which is why, in addition to our typical tenant assistance plan, we had asked for compensation for those who would lose parking.
So 19. So of the ones, how many tenants have parking spots right now? So like in terms of, it doesn't matter how many parking spots they have, how many tenants have parking spots?
I apologize, I don't know that number off the top of my head.
And how many visitor parking are going to be in the building?
Through you to chair, 14 parking spots in the development.
So 14. I always wonder about this reality we're creating, where what happens during the holidays and you have friends coming over and you have hundreds of units and only 14 visitor parking. Will there be street parking nearby? Like I as a counselor, I'm dealing with illegal parking because of lack of visitor parking now, and I can only imagine this new reality that we have these zoning bylaws for, what kind of mess is going to happen when people do still drive in this province of Ontario. Not all of our friends live beside transit stations, so I'm just wondering, are there other options? Like, what is the transportation report response to this situation that is already happening and with regard to the future?
So through the chair, I'm not sure if Luigi is still on the call. I guess I would just kind of respond from the standpoint of the fact that the rates right now for visitor parking and for resident parking, and I appreciate that. I think, you know, your view is that they're probably too low, certainly, but that is something that, you know, City Council has, you know, endorsed in the past, and it would be something that I would think we would continue to monitor to see the effectiveness of those policies. With respect to on-street parking or parking elsewhere in the area, I'm not sure if Luigi can weigh in on that.
Yes, through the chair. So I can add some further insight into that. I don't know offhand what the on-street traffic regulations are in the immediate area, but certainly, whatever those regulations may be, they would have to, and if residents or visitors park on the street, they would have to comply with those regulations. Otherwise, they would be subject to ticketing or towing. However, I must emphasize once more that it's our mandate in transportation services to typically require parking for any development site. It doesn't matter which one we're talking about. We typically try to secure parking that we think is an appropriate level that will accommodate the demand. Yes, we are fighting a very uphill battle given the new rates that have been endorsed by council, but we try and do that wherever possible and feasible.
And
it's just proven to be very, very difficult.
And is there a variation of what you request based on, you know, suburban versus downtown context?
Absolutely, through the chair, absolutely. You would tend to think intuitively that a more suburban context would be more conducive to automobile use. Right. Again, I would think that the parking demand for a suburban use would be much higher, or I shouldn't say much higher, relatively higher than a site downtown. But the bottom line is that those new rates in the bylaw are ubiquitous to the entire city, regardless of where the site is located. So again, I want to emphasize once more, we are fighting a very difficult battle because the initial response we get from proponents whenever we try and secure parking that they think they don't want to provide for whatever reason is, well, your own bylaw says we can provide zero.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so speakers on the item. Yep, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Cole.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed. This has gone into a parking issue. I mean, we're talking about people's homes and a place to live in the middle of a housing crisis. So I just find it bizarre that we're worried about parking. And especially in light of the fact we endorse the new city parking requirements that say zero parking is required in new developments. So we're speaking out of both sides of our mouth. So here we're trying to basically impose something on this redevelopment application based on something that we've totally changed in favor of saying you don't need any parking. I've got the Wafer building at Yonge and Eglinton, 50 stories, zero parking. Zero parking drop-off. No access to the rear of the building. They applied for this 50 stories condo. So we can't be saying, well, now we're going to change the parking rules and yeah, we all know how challenging this is, trying to find a place to park or to pick up, and then, you know, we've got all the online shopping craze where everybody's delivering stuff around the clock and then returning stuff around the clock, and you can't get near a building because of all the FedEx trucks and Canada Post delivering who knows what from some online Amazon shop. But anyways, I want to get into that. But so this is about housing. I think the important issue is here that we need to have perhaps a comprehensive overview of what's happening with these growing demolition of existing apartment buildings, rental buildings, which are under the old guidelines of when there was rent control. And I guess it's my understanding that the people that basically are leaving these units can get back, but they would be still under rent control. So that's a big plus. But I think we need to look at what's happening across the city And perhaps, again, maybe not right now, but I will be moving a motion to have a report back in terms of what's happening. Because I have 2 low-rise buildings in my ward that have just, their application on the Lion Court for demolition. And we've had a number of meetings with the tenants, and staff has been very good in meeting with the tenants. Because this is beyond what the city can do, and that's why we need a report to see what changes or what sort of plan we need in place in talking with the province, because the province basically controls everything to do with rent controls and development and what's required. So I just think that it is a growing problem because of the hyper development demand there is in the city of Toronto. And it's unprecedented. We're losing so many buildings that have been around for a long time, where people have lived, like the lady here, she's lived there for 40 years. But there is no basically comprehensive look at this, and I think that's what we need. I think people have got reason to be concerned, but on the other hand, you can't blame this one applicant who's had this application for increasing more units on the site, and then we're trying to do retroactively changes to what they're trying to do. So again, but I will be asking for some kind of in-depth review of this trend that's happening across the city. We're demolishing existing rental buildings, but please, let's talk about housing. That is the crisis point. Sure, parking, it's a heck of an aggravation when you can't park your car, et cetera, pick up. And what comes first is we've got to try and find places for people to live rather than where they're going to park their cars. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cole. Councillor Burnside?
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple motions. This relates to parking. It's more of a technical amendment. But the more important one to me is the second one. So I've spoken to the representative for the applicant and with the resident of 48 Grenoble, and there's been an agreement that there will be further consultation.
And did you want to speak?
Well, to reflect everyone what others have said, it's a terrible situation, asking people to move out of their homes for, not 2 or 3 months, but 2 or 3 years. And, this is one of those cases where we're trying to make the best decision from a lot of bad choices. And we're trying to get the best deal we can for residents, recognizing, the city building that we're trying to do. I'm going to ask for support for the staff recommendations, although I do recognize it's far from a perfect solution.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Robinson?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Not sure where to start with this. It's been a fascinating discussion. And I found the deputants really very effective and impressive. And I wish that you have been around more in the past when we've had this exact issue at Yonge and Eglinton perpetually, one after the next, just heartbreaking. So I'm happy to see that you're collaborating and working on this issue, the Demevictions group. I think parking is part of the parcel. I do think housing is more important, but turfing people out of their homes in the Yonge Eglinton area has been heartbreaking because they've lived there for decades. It's their home. It's their home. And a lot of them have disabilities and issues, medical issues, and they're close to their clinics. They're close to their Sunnybrook Hospital. and yet this happens. So I'm happy to see these amendments that are being made, and I'll support them. But I do want to say that on the parking, I think, again, I'm going to use the word again and again, slippery slope. That the motion that was moved last term about limiting cars was very short-sighted. I know none of us love cars, but there was 3 of us who voted against it, if my memory is right, and it was myself, Shelley Carroll, and Holiday. And I think Shelley, Councillor Carroll today made some good points about where you are in the big picture, in the context of Toronto, and who lives there, and what their needs are. And in these areas that are a bit more remote from the downtown core, you need a car. Also, I've learned the hard way that you need a car as life hits you out of nowhere with things, to get to medical appointments, to get to, as you get elderly. I saw last week at the hospital, somebody who had taken an Uber there. A couple, that were both having serious issues with mobility. So, we all love to hate the car, and we don't want them all over the city. But unfortunately, as you age, and they're often necessary in some cases. So I was very against those parking minimums, and because of this. And I'll tell you, Councillor Carroll, every time I have this conversation with planners on my developments, which are many, just like Councillor Cole, they say to me, well, council voted on this. They throw it back at me. And I say, well, I didn't, but council did. But yeah, they hold it up. They hold it up as part of their toolkit in trying to minimize parking spots. So anyway, the broader issue here is these evictions, in a sense, and I just wish, I hope your organization will get more involved in Yonge and Eglinton, because it's happening there, right, left, and center, and it's very heartbreaking to go to those meetings and see how people are so emotional and so heartbroken that their little nest is being taken away. I know there's all sorts of things that are in place, but we heard about those today, and they're not exactly ideal. So I'll vote for the amendments, but I'm not voting for the staff recs.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Carroll, did you want to speak?
Madam Speaker, I don't need to. I'm actually going to be speaking in a related way when we get to 11. Won't take me long, but it's very illustrative.
Thank you. I'm just going to say something brief, try to be as brief as I can. I just want to acknowledge all the people who came here, and, especially the tenants of 48 Grenoble, whose hearts and homes are on the line. And so things are changing faster than I think is comfortable for humans in general. And unfortunately, we are in a system that we don't have a lot of control, and we have this housing crisis, and things go to OLT very easily. So, and I do recognize that, some good terms have been negotiated, but I, too am concerned about, sorry, this weird echo. Yeah. Also concerned about the parking situation, but most importantly, what matters to me most is that tenants are well informed, and when it's a multilingual context, it takes a lot more effort. And we are in a multicultural city, a multilingual city, and sometimes I think our cursory efforts at engaging multilingual residents is minimal and not effective. And I have found, especially in vulnerable communities, nothing actually replaces door-to-door because people are very busy, they're stretched, and a poster, unless it's alarming in title, people will just miss it. So I really thank No Dumb Evictions for going door to door, because you guys have stood in the gap where we have not made that effort. And I think we should require door-to-door engagement in certain communities where we know people are going to miss it and it's critical information that's being delivered. So I too want to thank Councillor Burnside for his amendments, which I hope address some of the concerns, and at the very least, I hope that any further consultation is done in a way where the headline on the posters is translated, because people need to know why they need to care about getting these translated materials. So I too will be supporting these amendments. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to vote on the amendment by Councillor Burnside. All those in favor? Okay, and then is that, yes, it carried. Yeah, carried. And then motion as amended. Oh, second amendment, sorry. Second amendment, all those in favor? Carried. And item as amended, let's have a recorded vote. Okay, so Councillor Carroll is affirmative. Councillor Robinson is negative. Councillor Cole is affirmative. Councillor Burnside is affirmative. And I'm going to vote against, negative. So the motion passes. The motion carries as amended. Thank you. And thank you to all the deputants who've come today. Okay, we're going to move on to 8.11.
Speaker, I think we have one speaker. There's a resident who wishes to speak, but the applicant no longer needs to speak.
Okay, so is that Ash Mata, the Pleasant View Association? Is Ash here or online? Online? Okay, great. Ash is online. You're welcome to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I speaking on behalf of the Pleasant View Association. We are asking that the application you're looking at today for 2135 Sheppard Avenue East not be looked at in isolation. It's part of the Consumer's Next secondary plan that was informed by an extensive report prepared by an outside consultant, which involved interviewing 2,000 people, conducting multiple studies, and took over 2 years to complete. The report had 3 primary goals, which were to encourage investment in the employment lands to maximize their full employment potential, improve amenities to support residential growth, and manage this at a pace aligned with the expected, but not yet delivered, and who knows when, subway LRT that predicated the report and sparked interest in redeveloping this area. As the entranceway into the business park, 2135 Sheppard Avenue East is one of 3 significant locations identified in the report. Its role was to be more than just a retail space, for potential grocery store amongst a cluster of condo towers. It was to create excitement at the entranceway and provide something of value to the community, which would attract people and new employers to the area while encouraging existing employment landowners to upgrade their buildings. It was to be a catalyst to accomplish what similar business parks in Mississauga and Markham have done. Unfortunately, an 11-story mixed residential condo at this location doesn't achieve any of these things. Not having the applicant be true to their original commitment results in lost opportunity. The city's 2021 employment survey showed that $4.8 billion was spent in upgrades and additions in other employment areas, but there's been no investment here at all in Consumers Park. When this applicant got original approval in 2014, they ended up getting greater height and density for 3 mixed-use residential towers totaling 103 stories with varying heights by committing to consolidate the retail of those buildings under one roof, a 4-story high-end mall that would make a big impression to the business park. And at the end, I'll show you some pictures of that brochure, so I'll need to be able to share some info. This allowed them to move forward with construction, but once the 2 towers were built and the 3rd one was underway, they reapplied in 2019 to replace the mall with an 11-story mixed residential tower, which is the decision before you today. The initial FSI for Consumers Next was 3.5. What ended up getting approved with these towers was 3.9, and this additional one would increase it to 5.0 from what I understand of the staff report, which is a 43% increase from plan. In contrast, inside the business park is an applicant that complied with what was expected of them, and they changed the ambiance and the vibe within by constructing a complex of restaurants with outdoor seating and colorful landscaping. And it's proved successful, having survived during COVID. We believe it's short-term thinking to allow any construction on this corner that doesn't serve to welcome and entice people and new employers into the area. In keeping with at least some element of what was negotiated, we believe any build form here should be no higher than 4 stories, which would be consistent with what the developer on the east side of Consumers in Sheppard did, which would give an even looking plane to maintain this one here being a 4-story. There's also the bigger issue, which is that no one seems to have overall responsibility for the success of the Consumers Next plan, as it touches 4 different departments, and it appears none are following guiding principles or monitoring the current status against stated goals. Decisions for individual applications like this one need to be considered through a wider lens. We believe they should be taking into account the collective number of condo developments in the community, the lack of the higher order transit, community impact, the Provincial Bill 97 to maintain employment lands, and the city's draft OPA 680, whose purpose is to protect employment uses. An 11-story condo cannot be undone, and there's only one chance to make a good first impression, especially on an entranceway. This entranceway, we believe, requires and deserves something better than what is proposed. And I don't know if I can get sharing access or not. Oh, there it is, share. So I don't know if I press on this, if you'll be able to see what I'm referring to. Can you see what I'm referring to?
We're just working on it. Give us a moment. Can you try again, please?
Okay, so I do share, and then it says, what am I? Oh, I'm sharing this. Okay, and then press share.
Yep, it's working.
Now are you able to?
Yes. Wow.
Okay, so this, very quickly, it's the brochure that the applicant had created in anticipation of providing the 4-story building, and you can see on slide, I believe it's 3, the kind of item that we were expecting in the neighborhood, and the kind of gateway entrance presentation it would be creating. And then you have some more slides here that give you a sense for. And then here on this slide, landmark destination, and they talk about it being a place to come to. And again, more pictures from their brochure about what
final
they
comments.
Proposed.
Final
Yeah.
comments.
So basically, yeah. So what we're saying is, what is being proposed currently does not match what was promised.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ash. Any questions of the deputant? No. Okay, thank you, Ash. And we will now move it to questions of staff. Does anyone have any questions of staff? Any speakers? Councillor Carroll?
I'll go ahead if you want, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So, Madam Chair, I don't know if people had a chance. The tale of what this will be instead of what Ash showed you is the very last page in this report. It shows you what will be on that corner instead. Pardon me. this is a real example of the impact of policies over the last several years. The piece that you were just looking at was based on the original submission that was worked out. The fine details were worked out as we headed towards our election in the fall of 2014. So that's a whole provincial administration and a lot of Planning Act policy changes aside. It's also a major change in the mobility plan for Ontario. When we were having that conversation, well, in fact, we stayed agnostic on what would be the higher order transit during the Consumers Next process for the business part, because the LRT was sort of a question mark. And now it is very firmly a subway. And that subway, which is the expansion of Sheppard subway out into Scarborough to create the Scarborough Transit Loop, is actually well down the list. It'll be a number of years before it's created. But we are looking at altered GO access at Kennedy to the east of it. Under the new provincial policy, we're now considered, although I think this is comical, we're considered within range of Don Mill Station. And so what you're looking at is a proposal where the buildings were long ago adopted. The 4-story complex was adopted. And then out of all of these changes, Sheppard Avenue became a place where you could contemplate mixed use at the avenue. We're still going to get the retail. The building it's a bigger square, and we'll have the 2 stories of retail. But it is not what the community was most excited about when the bulk of the engagement took place. To do this amendment, we had one big community meeting, and people were very disappointed. There's no question about that. However, I want you to know that despite policy changes, the applicant here has been very cooperative in terms of hanging on to some things that were the original part of this. The Consumers Next area has been through both of the municipal comprehensive reviews. Where there is residential here, because this faces Sheppard Avenue, in the first municipal comprehensive review back in 2013-14, it was agreed that you could have residential along the avenue and then wrap all the way down Victoria Park to 401, that the interior of the park must remain employment. And as much as I wanted to have this retail gateway, what we're going to end up with is the retail and mixed use on top of it. And as you know from the debate we had last month, it's going to be very hard to hang on to that employment within the park. We hope to be saying to the province that where we can put mixed use, where we can put residential, because it already meets your own policies, province, we agree to put it there. And this is one of those spots. South of this site, where we are trying to preserve our employment lands and finish the Consumers Next Park, we absolutely beg you and implore you, provincial government, we must maintain our working lands. And so this allows us to demonstrate that, this amendment. But what I also find interesting is that some of the decisions that were made way back when, because they make sense, we've preserved them. I believe that you can make policy changes, but we've always been told as councillors that we're supposed to make these decisions site by site. So parking regulations be damned, pardon my parliamentary language. This is a 279 unit building, and it will have 150 residential spots and 45 visitor and retail spots, because that's what makes sense here on this site by site individual basis. And I would remind planners that they may have set a policy, but they can't just say this, oops, that's your policy, and then conveniently say, oops, we're varying your policy in other matters. This makes sense here. And so that's what's in the proposal before you. You know what else makes sense? If we're going to finish Consumers Next, I know that we have this new community benefit charge, but this applicant has agreed to live up to their promise in 2014. And what you'll see before you is a Section 37 agreement that will still be being paid at 1.35 million, so that we can do everything we can to spruce up those employment lands and keep them employment lands. And that's how you do things on an individual site
Final
basis. 'Cause
comments,
it
please.
really needs to be based on what makes sense on that site. Those are my comments, Madam Speaker. I hope folks will support the staff recommendations.
Thank you. Okay, does anyone else want to speak? No? Okay, so Councillor Carroll is moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? Carried. Okay, we're gonna break for lunch, and we just want to make sure we have quorum when we come back. So please come back.
And I'll rush back, Madam Speaker. If my meeting is short, I'll rush back as soon as I can. I'll
Great.
start it right as soon as we log off, and I'll get back as
So
fast as I can.
we'll start at 1:30. Thank you.
Madam Chair, do we have quorum to start?
So we're waiting for Councillor Burnside, who told me that in 7 minutes, which is now, and then I'm just gonna call Deputy Mayor Cole. So give me 2 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. To the chair. It's Councillor Robinson speaking.
Yes, Councillor
I'm worried
Robinson.
about, yeah, I forget the number of it. It's not my ward, but there is one item that has a heritage element to it that I've received emails saying if it's not approved today, it's a major issue. Like major.
Which one is
so we could
that?
lose it. Oh
Oh,
gosh, I
820,
don't.
820. Oh,
Yeah, we talked a little bit about. Jeff could
that's
tell
the Councillor Pasternak's. Oh, he was
Yeah.
the one who held it down. Oh, no, he didn't
Yeah,
hold
and
it
I'd
down.
like-
He wants to defer it.
Yeah, but I'd like to move it because I don't think he understood the consequences of the timing.
Okay.
He's been really, as you know, he's been really busy recently, and I think he didn't have time. He didn't realize. I don't know. I don't think he realized the impact. So, I've been told repeatedly if we don't address it today, it's in jeopardy.
Okay. Well, I don't know how to. Okay, let me try some more phone calls.
Councillor Burnside, we can see that you're online. If you can turn your camera on for us. Members of the North York Community Council, if you can hear me, we need you for quorum. Please join us in Committee Room 1 or online, in the North York Community Council Chamber or online. We need to achieve quorum by 2 p.m. Please join us into the meeting.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, Deputy Mayor Cole. Are you safe to be with us?
Yeah, I'm on now. My car, I'm on Broadway and Young. Waiting to go to my doctor here. Okay.
Okay, so we're going to continue the meeting. And just so we have a clarity of time, Councillor Cole, how much time do we have of yours?
Well, off at 3 o'clock, so maybe I'll do it from the doctor's office.
Okay. Okay, so let's keep going. And now we are on item 8.12, which is, I held the item. I have a motion and to submit. Oops. Yeah. So, oh, I think it's more than that. There's a longer version of it. Is there another longer version of that? Okay, I'll skip it and we'll go to the next one. We'll come back. 8.13, residential demolition. And Mahir Manios is here to speak.
Sorry, Chair, this is 13, correct?
Yes, that's
I was actually going to, I should be upfront and say I'm deferring this item, but
okay.
I did, is there two residents here or just one?
Just one.
To speak.
So if you're moving to defer, then we can say to Mahir, would you like to speak today or when it comes back to council?
Okay.
Because if you speak today, you won't be able to speak when it comes back to council. I don't believe she needs to give a reason. So you are choosing to speak today?
Well, I want to speak on the understanding that we can still proceed with this hearing because we have a building permit which was issued back in April, and the demolition permit was not issued. And the issue that we're having now is the building department. We just got a notice today from the building department that the building permit might be canceled because construction hasn't started within 6 months. And with all respect to Councillor Robinson, this is time sensitive. We do need to proceed. We've already been delayed 6 months. This project is already behind 1 year. So I would ask her if there's any chance we can proceed with the hearing.
Questions?
Yeah, so would you like me to speak on that?
Sure.
Because, okay, so this is riddled with problems from the two neighbors. And so what I wanted to do is give a 1 month period to try to find some mitigating factors and some compromise, because we're hearing from both residents extensively. And so we talked about it yesterday and felt that the most logical way forward is to defer it and to tell both parties to have conversations, work together, and to resolve this. Or to try to find, like I said, mitigating measures to deal with it, because there's a whole bunch of issues that affect the neighboring property, which I won't drill down into now because I'm deferring it, but it's riddled with problems that impact, you know, the other neighbor. So I was going to give a 1-month reprieve to the two families at 50 at the two Sudan families, and hope that they can find some resolution so that we can move forward amicably, and that basically bottom line is that no one will be perfectly happy, but we need to get some resolution around these things.
Councillor Robinson, is it possible that the building permit, that you could help the deputant extend his building permit during this time so that it isn't revoked because of the delay?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if I have that ability, absolutely. But it's a really long story on this one, but there's a lot of issues.
Okay, may I respond?
Yes, you can respond to her question.
Well, respectfully, Councillor Robinson, through you, Madam Chair, the neighbors haven't, my client is here, Ms. Fazoli, who I'm representing, they haven't spoken to each other in 6 months. The neighbor has no interest in negotiating or even discussing what the issues are. All the items, that, without going through their objection letter, we already had engineering reports done. We submitted that for community council. There's hundreds and hundreds of houses in the neighborhood which have been built over the last 25 years of exactly the same nature. This is just a delay tactic. We've been deferred at committee for adjustment. They've been opposing at committee for adjustment. The bottom line is the neighbor is against anything being built, and this is their last avenue to have this project canceled. My client has lived there for 25 years. She's planning on building to stay in the neighborhood. This is not a developer who's trying to come in to make money out of this. And there is no issues. We've exhausted all the structural designs. Building permits have been issued, which proves the point that it's already been vetted by the building department. And it was issued in April. And I submitted an engineering letter before the deadline, but it wasn't part of I didn't see it in the agenda when I was going through the material, and I have copies of it with me. So respectfully, Councillor, we would like to proceed with this application, if at all possible.
Did you do a baseline assessment for the neighbor?
So that's part of to show that there's no interest in discussion is when the building permit application was submitted, we actually tried to retain a company to do a pre-construction survey to list out all the existing conditions of the neighbor, interior and exterior. It's an exhaustive survey. My client was going to be paying for it. She communicated with her neighbors, never responded to it, although in their objection letter they say it's to be done. They have to give the green light to it because the surveyors need to enter their house. They never responded to it to this day. And that's still an option.
So we're getting mixed information, because my office was told that they were promised a baseline assessment and it never happened.
Because they never agreed to it.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a bit of a difficult, I'd like to help you, but it's a bit of a difficult scenario here.
Well, I respect that. Like, I actually arranged it myself, and the client is also here to attest to that. To this day, after 6 months of her reaching out for this survey to be done, she hasn't the neighbors haven't responded to her to say, yes, we want to get it done. And now they're using it as an excuse to create more delay. And respectfully as well, we don't need to do this pre-construction survey. It was just done as a goodwill gesture to appease the neighbor. This is not a requirement by the building department that needs to be done. And even if you look at the staff recommendation for this, for what's in front of you today, it's not even listed there. There's 2 recommendations. One of them is to issue the building permit, and the second one is to issue it with a few conditions about putting sod, putting temporary fencing, which we have no issue with it. This pre-construction survey is just a goodwill gesture from my client to the neighbors, which they haven't opted to accept it to this day, after 6 months.
Any other questions of the deputant? Councillor Carroll?
Just a quick one, sorry, because I arrived in the middle of this debate. Did you say a building permit has already been issued?
Yeah, in April of this year, building, plumbing, and drains permits were issued. The demolition permit was held back because of the objection filed by the neighbor.
Right, so the objection was the reason holding it back. The owner has asked for it to come to North York Community Council so that we could make some decision one way or the other.
Well, the neighbor has objected to it, so
As a
naturally,
court of appeal.
yeah, so it comes to community council. And this is the only reason this is happening is because this happens to be a former City of Toronto property. Like this
Yes.
appeal is not even available for the other 5 previous municipalities of the City of Toronto.
Yes,
So
yes,
and-
okay,
and
thank
they've
you.
already
We haven't
objected
had
at
one
the-
of these for a while, thank you.
Yeah, so they already objected at the Committee for Adjustment twice. They got it deferred, we agreed to the deferment, then we came back with a ton of changes to appease them just because my client has lived next to them for over 20 years. And even then, they still objected. So this is just continuation of that.
Madam Chair,
Councillor-
can I ask another question?
Yes,
Could I ask
Councillor
a second round
Robinson.
of questions? Thanks. I would be willing to approve this with the conditions as we always do today. If you were committed to that baseline study, if you would stay committed, you said you would do it. You're saying there's been issues on the other side, but if you would commit to following through on that baseline assessment, then I could feel comfortable approving.
Through you, Madam Chair, it's actually called a pre-construction survey. It's not a baseline. I don't know what a baseline assessment is in the lingo, but we've already offered it, and I'm sure my client is also in her best of interest that this gets done. So, but unfortunately, it can't be done without the neighbor granting access to
Yes,
their
I
house.
understand.
So without being argumentative, what if the neighbor refuses to give access? Then we can't do that survey.
We'll facilitate. Our office will facilitate.
Well, through you, Madam Chair, it's just given the fact that they've opposed this application for the last year and a half, this might be the nail in the coffin. That because if you put a condition of that being done and they don't grant us access, then nothing can happen.
Can I ask a question? Can the proposal be that it's granted on the condition that there's one last offer of this study being done, but if there is no response within a certain time period, that it can proceed? Is that possible? Because we definitely don't want people holding something hostage by not responding. Would that be amenable, Councillor Robinson?
That's excellent.
Great. So should we hold the item while we draft a motion?
Yes.
Councillor Robinson is a 2-week time period to give the neighbor 2 weeks, and if they do not respond, then the application stands.
Yes, that sounds
For
great.
demolition? Okay, so our clerks are just drafting it. Hold on.
.585 Sudan Avenue. They're the ones who have the objection letter on file. Well, Madam Chair, it's not a matter of responding, it's a matter of granting access. Responding might not do the trick.
Councillor Robinson, I've been advised that this kind of survey is usually done to determine, to impact the building permit, but the building permit's already been issued, so it wouldn't have a bearing on the building permit since it's already been approved, and therefore such a motion would not have any effect on the project and would just be a delay.
Okay, I'll approve it with conditions.
Yeah, just existing approval with conditions. Okay, so Councillor Robinson is moving approval with conditions.
Oh, wait, what's the conditions?
The conditions as outlined on the motion, so the fencing, the debris and rubble being removed immediately, and sod being placed, and that any holes on the property are backfilled with clean fill. Those are the conditions.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, so
I'm in favor.
All those in favor? Carried.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Okay, so we're gonna keep going. Next is 8.14. Can we look at 14, 15, 16, and 17 together because it's actually the same issue, same.
Works for me.
Okay, great. Okay, so we're going to consider 14, 15, 16, and 17 together, and we have the deputant who is here, Angela Lee, who will speak on the matter. We're just arranging for technology support for our deputant. It's okay. Is there can the deputant email the slide deck to staff and then we'll move on to the next item and come back? Is that Oh, okay. So you can email it to the clerks, nycc at toronto.ca, and then you can speak, and then they'll send it to all the councillors.
So do I speak now or email it?
You can
first?
speak now.
Oh, okay, speak now.
You can email it now and speak now at the same time. No.
I'll speak now and then email later.
Okay,
That's
sure.
just a lot simpler.
Yeah.
So good afternoon, Madam Chair and councillors. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. So my name is Angela, and I represent the developers for the site located at 3358 all the way to 3364 Bayview Avenue. So my firm purchased these properties back in 2017. When we bought the properties, the houses were boarded up. There's no one living in there. Hydro, gas, water has all been disconnected. Throughout the years, there's been no one living there. And recently, this June, we found that people have been breaking into the properties, have been dumping garbage, construction material like fill onto the site. Of course, once we discovered that the properties have been broken into, we had them boarded up immediately. And since the break-ins, we've been going regularly to check to see that, make sure the properties are not entered, because the state of the properties are so poor that it poses a danger to those who actually enter the properties. But actually this late August, we found that the properties have been broken into again. Out of consideration for the neighborhood and for those people who break in, which is super unsafe, we propose to demolish. I would like to add that, so we did have a zoning bylaw approval that was given last year, July 19th. But right now, it's zoned for 17 townhouses. We're applying for a increase in units. We're hoping to do 24 back-to-back townhomes. We're doing that right now, but hopefully we are able to get the demolition permit, and then we're working on the rezoning, site plan approval, and building permit application. And I firmly believe that it is for the benefit of the neighborhood to have these properties demolished. And of course, once demolished, we'll erect fences, backfill them, lay sod, and remove any garbage and debris from the properties. Yes, thank you.
Okay, questions for the deputant? I have a question. So how far are you from a building permit? What's the timeline?
Yes, so we're about, I want to say 3 to 4 years from now.
3 to 4 years from a building permit. And is it fair to say that since purchasing these houses, because nobody has been around, that they have further degraded?
We have been maintaining the properties, like doing lawn mowing, snow shoveling throughout the years. I think like they haven't been getting worse that much, of course, but through weather, there has been some kind of degradation.
And there's some really huge, beautiful trees. So what would the demolition include? The removal of those trees that are really close to the houses?
We will not be removing the trees without a permit from the Urban Forestry Department.
Okay, that's all my questions for the deputant.
I have a question, Councillor Cole.
Sure, Councillor Cole.
I wonder if the applicant, if they're paying the vacant home tax.
So that's a question for staff. Oh, actually, no, you can ask. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because the houses are held under a company, we are exempt from the vacant home tax.
Why are you exempt?
Because the properties are not held under are held under a company. That's one of the exemptions.
I have to ask staff to clarify that. I didn't understand that. I thought everybody was subject to the vacant home tax.
So we can move that question to staff. Any other questions for the deputant? Okay. No? Okay, so we'll move it to questions of staff now. Thank you, Angela.
So can I add one last comment? Yeah,
sure.
So I think like we can all agree that for the benefit of the neighborhood, these houses should not be left in this state. Even if council does not move forward with a demolition permit, I think we should do something to those properties. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Cole, do you want to ask questions of staff?
Yes. How come they're not paying the vacant home tax?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm not sure there's anyone at the meeting right now that can answer that question. It might be revenue services or finance. It's also something we could endeavor to answer for the next meeting or offline.
I think, and do you have any other questions about that?
No, but this came up at council. That's why
Mm-hmm.
can't have all these derelict homes sitting around, and that's why we put the tax on them. But anyways, okay, I don't need to know that right now, but I'll follow up with that offline.
So I have a question for MLS. What are the standards that need to be held by property owners, especially when they're vacant? What are the things that the city is looking for?
Through you, Madam Chair, municipal licensing standards would expect the property owner to maintain the property corresponding to the bylaws as they relate to waste, snow removal, as well as property standards, as well as the turf grass bylaw.
So is there any reason why it would become an eyesore to neighbors if it's being maintained properly?
Currently, municipal licensing standards has received a couple of complaints throughout the recent years, but there has been no violations. All the issues that have been addressed to MLS have been dealt with by the property owners without our involvement.
So is the site currently compliant with MLS standards?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, it is.
Okay. And even though there's no one to answer the question, I will also ask the same question. Why is this property not paying vacant home tax? And if we demolish the houses for 4 years, that'd be 4 years of vacant home tax that we'd be missing out on, because I think we should find out why there's this exemption. And I don't think companies owning property should exempt them from paying vacant home tax. So I would like to defer this issue and to find out more clarity on the vacant home tax. So I'd like to move to defer to next community council. All 4 items.
Can we take a recorded vote? I'm opposed to that.
Okay. Okay, so on item.
Sorry, just.
Yep. Do you want to
just say
speak?
the reason
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I was just recently. I'm mostly opposed because the vacant home tax that's set by city council, and whatever information, if the rules are what they are, we're not going to change those rules in the next month. So I'm not sure what the purpose of deferring it is. As long as staff confirms those are the rules, I'm not sure.
But
what
no
the
one,
point of
no one is
deferring
confirming that that's the rules. There's no one here to confirm that.
Is Councillor Carroll here? She would know.
She's not.
Okay.
Yep. That's why I'm deferring.
Okay, let's vote on this. What are we voting for? The demolition
Defer
or
to
not?
next community council.
I'm against deferral. Let's get on with it.
All in favor of deferring it to next community council? Oh, we don't have quorum right now.
Oh my.
Councillor Robinson, are you on the line? Councillor Carroll? Oh. Okay, Councillor Carroll.
Sorry, Madam Chair, you called my name?
Yes, we're just having a discussion on items NY 8.14 to NY 8.17, and there was a question that about whether a company owning properties would exempt them from vacant home tax. And I think one of our fellow councillors was wondering if you knew that information.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm having difficulty adjusting the volume. I'm having a great deal of difficulty with WebEx right now. I'll answer the question 1 second, but someone has to tell me how to turn up the volume on this computer. Okay, I'm very sorry. I also have two things going on at once right now. Can you rephrase the VHT question one more time?
So the question is, the deputant mentioned that currently these vacant homes are not paying vacant home tax because they are owned by a company and not by an individual. And so there's no staff here to answer that question. If we don't have clarity, yep.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
it's true that if they're owned by a company and there is a potential development being considered, they don't pay the vacant home tax.
Oy vey, really?
Yes.
What a loophole that is.
Well, they do pay it. They do pay a tax to continue to own that property, but they're not paying the premium, which is the vacant home tax. But after a certain point, remember we had the debate about the 2-year period. That's why if they do have an application under consideration, demolition with the conditions to maintain the property is the best bet. Then they're just paying for the ownership of the land. The BHT is no longer a consideration because we're not trying to grab taxes on homes that aren't on houses that aren't viable homes. If these are ready to demolish, they're not viable homes. So
No, they're viable homes.
well, if they're up for consideration and already owned by the company, then they're up for consideration for development.
So the development
that
building
puts them in a different tax box.
Can we have this discussion at another time? I
suggest, Madam Chair, that we might want to advise our chair that people need clarity around demolition permits and development applications vis-a-vis VHT. We should perhaps have a presentation at each community council so the councillors know how it works.
Okay, I'll take that in
Okay, let's vote.
So then I'm going to vote against demolition, and that everyone can vote. Oh, so, okay, I'm going to withdraw my deferral motion, and I'm going to vote against the demolition.
So can I ask what recommendation is on the table? Is it demolition or demolition with conditions?
Refuse the application to demolish because there is no permit application to replace the building on site. Yes, that is the motion I'm moving.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to amend that to demolish with conditions.
Well, that wouldn't be an amendment. That would be a standalone different motion.
Okay, I'll put that standalone different motion then, and we can deal with it next item.
Well, we have to vote now on each item for the same conditions. So I'm proposing one, and I will speak to it. And the reason is because we are encouraging developers to sit on land for indefinite periods of time. And the applicant has said that the building permit won't come for at least 4 years. So the more we allow these demolitions, the more, for such long periods of time, I have seen, and perhaps not in this case, developers that, do allow the housing to get the house to really become unlivable because squatters come in, and any house that remains empty for a period of time becomes a risk. So it does take effort to maintain a vacant house like these ones, but I think it's just a matter of precedence of what we value, and what I value is that developers try as hard as they can to preserve housing, and that we don't allow so many demolitions without a building permit. We want housing, we want it fast, but for me, 4 years is a long time for properties to be sitting empty. So that's why I'm moving one, refusing application to demolish because there is no permit. We want to incentivize faster action. So Councillor Cole, do you want to move your motion? Oh, no. Councillor Carroll, are you able to rejoin us for a vote? If Councillor Cole has a technical glitch. Yes. Okay, so we're going to pause this item, but we don't have quorum, so we can't even move on to the next item. We're going to call for quorum. Councillor Cole and Councillor Carroll, are you able to return to us, please?
How long do we wait?
We may have to call a recess.
Well, Councillor Cole's not available as of 3 o'clock anyway.
Okay, so we're going to go into recess until we can achieve quorum. Councillor Robinson or Councillor Burnside, are you there? Because we have quorum now that Councillor Carroll is here. Okay, we'll do that first. Oh. Councillor Cole has said that he's on, but he has no sound. Can you turn on your camera? Can you communicate with us? Okay, we have quorum. We're moving out of recess. Just for insurance purposes, we're going to, sorry, maybe I'll ask my fellow councillors, can everyone stay till the end of the meeting now, or do we need to do confirmatory bills to protect what has happened?
I can stay now, Madam Speaker. The other meeting that I had to go to is over.
Great. Councillor Robinson, you can stay? And
Yes.
Councillor Burnside, are you staying with us? Councillor Burnside? I think you're muted. It's a nail-biting North York Community Council. So we know Councillor Cole has to leave at 3, but Councillor Burnside, if we go past 3, are you able to stay with us? Because we're trying to decide if we need to go through confirmatory bills to protect the work that's already been done.
Are you talking to me? Sorry.
Yes, I'm talking to you, Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, I got about 10 minutes out. I can go to stay about 10 after 3. I have a meeting at
Okay.
3:30.
So we're going to do the confirmatory bills to protect the work that's already happened. So Councillor Burnside, would you like to move confirmatory bills?
Sure.
So what happened to that motion I had, by the way? For the demolition.
We're coming back. We're coming back to that. So the bills 947 to 948 and bills 950 to 952 prepared for the October 17, 2023 meeting, 8 of North York Community Council, be declared as bylaws and passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006.
Okay, great. All those in favor? Confirmatory bills passed. Carried. Anything else we need to do? Okay, so we're back to the demolition. I was informed by staff that there was a possibility that vacant homes where there is no building permit might not have the same rules as when there is a building permit with regard to vacant home tax. So we don't know, and staff has reached out, but they are not sure. And I just want to add personally that I have many other projects in my ward that are waiting the same thing. They want demolition, and there are a couple of properties where we've talked to Habitat for Humanity about potentially rehabilitating them for refugee transitional housing, and that is a possibility. And I'm afraid that if we move to demolish with conditions, it will just set a cascading effect, and that any potential opportunity that we have to salvage even some of the properties, I recognize not all of them can be rehabilitated, but Habitat Humanity has expressed interest in the potential, and we have a refugee crisis happening, and so I want to make sure that we have that opportunity. So, Councillor Cole, did you want to?
Sorry, can I just ask you a question on that?
Myself? Me? Yes.
Yeah, because it's your motion, right?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand how how that tie in to Habitat for Humanity and refugees, what the tie-in is with
So when developers...
this particular development.
Well, it's a precedence, right? So when developers have properties that are vacant, some of them have potential to be rehabilitated, maybe not all of them. And so if we say we demolish properties and they're going to be vacant for 4 years, some of them could be rehabilitated to a point where it could be used for refugee transitional housing. So it's something we had a meeting at City Hall just this week about exploring a possibility of how we can use these houses in a way, and developers, they tend to not want tenants because then they have to go through rental replacement and eviction processes. So actually transitional housing where the relationship is not tenant to landlord is something that could be a win-win.
Gotcha. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
I'm good, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure what the order is that we're in now. Is it too late to speak to the motion?
No, you can speak. So Councillor Cole wanted to move a motion, and then I have my motion, and then so anyone can speak, and then we can vote. So,
yes. So I understand that both motions are now on the table. I believe he did move that motion. So they're on the table and yours was moved first. So yours will be voted on first.
Actually, he hasn't moved his motion yet. So,
yes, I did.
Yeah, he still has to speak.
I understood him to be moving it.
But he hasn't done it yet. So, Councillor Cole, are you moving your motion?
I thought I did.
Okay, so
he pretty unequivocally said, "I'm moving demolition with conditions."
Yeah, exactly.
Which is
so
option
the
3.
Clerks just needed that confirmation, and we're good. So
Great.
both motions are yeah. You can speak.
Oh, thank you. Madam Speaker, if I'm going wrong, you'll all tell me. But because I had to step out for that meeting and came back, I really do have to rely on reports, which is why I read all the reports. And if this were 2017 and we weren't clear what the owner wanted to do and if he was ever going to do it, I would be inclined to support the motion. I'd be inclined to support the motion to refuse demolition, but it's quite unusual for an owner to actually register a piece of correspondence and have it attached to the report. So that says, you know, he has his townhouse zoning and he does intend to proceed. He is just waiting for comments from an architect and will be coming back with those to complete site plan. We're further along in this process and closer to a building permit than we often are when we move demolition with conditions to maintain the site. But he's asked for it to be included and attached to this report because I think he does intend. This is not a matter of going to sit on this property for another 20 years. And so I'm inclined to vote for the second motion placed, which is demolish with conditions. That will be my voting pattern when we get to the votes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, so this is, we have to do a 1-by-1 vote. Is that correct? Or can we vote at the same time? Okay. I think that it's clear that councillors are going to support demolishing with conditions, so I'm going to withdraw my motion. Yep.
Well, wait a minute, we should vote.
Pardon me?
On the motion.
She's withdrawing it, Councillor Cole. Let's
Right
move
to
on.
withdraw. She can withdraw if she wants.
Yeah,
Move on.
save time.
We got time constraints
Okay,
here.
let's get on with it anyways.
Yeah. Okay. So 8.14, move to demolish with conditions. All those in favor? Carried. 8.15, all those in favor? Carried. That's option C. Demolish with conditions. Yep. Right. 8.15, demolish with conditions. Carried. 8.16, Councillor Cole's motion, demolish with conditions. All those in favor? Carried. And 8.17, Councillor Cole's motion to demolish with conditions. All those in favor? Carried. Okay. We're moving on. Next
Okay,
is...
I'm moving on to the doctor's appointment here, Broadway and Young. Wish me luck. I got to try and cross the street with all the dump trucks here. Okay. Take care.
Good luck, Councillor Cole. We wish you well. Okay, now we're going to NY 8.20, 55 Yeomans Road. The local councillor made a motion to defer the item, but we heard this morning from the Preservation Board that there is an urgency to this motion. So would anyone like to speak to the deferral?
Well, I'd like to just move. I'd like to move it.
You'd like to move forward
Not the
with
deferral. I don't want to move the deferral. I want to move the item.
it? Okay. So Councillor Robinson would like to move the item. Is there any speakers on this item? Okay, so let's hear from the speakers. Eli. Is Eli Aaron online? Not online? In person? Jeff Kettle.
He spoke already this
Jeff
morning.
already spoke. Sylvie. So Sylvia Luca from Beth David Baha'i Israel Bethlehem. Is she online? Yes, she is. Okay. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. First, let me introduce myself, and I will also say this is the first time I ever come to City Council. So if I get something wrong in how I'm saying things, please know that it is just from a place of not knowing exactly how things and procedures are supposed to work. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Sylvia Lolka, and I'm the president of Beth David Synagogue. Being the president is a lay leader volunteer position that I was elected into a few months ago. Being the president of the synagogue means that I have a responsibility to look after all aspects of the synagogue, including the building and including the people. And I'm here to speak today to ask for a deferral on this agenda item, and I'm doing so for 3 reasons. So first and foremost, let me be very clear. There is no immediate plan to do anything with the property, okay? There's no immediate plan to do anything. And let me tell you why I say that, as I give you a little bit of background on who we are and how we work as a synagogue. So we are a synagogue with about 650 membership units, and those are families and individuals, so about 1,000 people. About 10 years ago, we had more than double the number of people. And this reduction in membership results in us having to relook at how we work and at the services that we provide to our members. And it also has a significant impact on our revenue because the majority of our revenue comes from membership fees. All of this has us looking at our future and how we evolve as a community. We have been exploring 2 options. One would be to merge with another synagogue and bring communities together. The other would be to sell a proportion of our land to raise funds to ensure our financial viability. We are in the research stages of both options. And this is why I say there is no immediate ask. All we're doing right now is exploring what might be possible. From there, we need to present all the information to our members. We need to give our members time to think about the options and ask us questions. And at that point, we would need to move to a vote of our membership. And anything we do regarding the building or the property or the future of our community in general requires a 2/3 majority of the members who vote under the ONCA, the Ontario Not-for-Profit Corporations Act. And all of that needs to happen before we can actually start to plan what the option that the members choose. So we are a long way from engaging in any concrete process to enact any changes to our property or to the building. So that's the first reason I'm asking for deferral, is we are in no formal discussions and no formal process can start until we do the research, present it to the members vote, and then we can move forward. The second reason I'm asking for this deferral is because we have not had time to look into this and its implications. As I said, I'm a volunteer leader, and so are the rest of us on the board. The city informally informed us of this on Friday, September 29th, and formally on Wednesday, October 4th. Excuse me for a second, we were on the agenda for the Preservation Board on Tuesday, October 10th. We need time as volunteer leaders to prepare, to understand what this means, to speak to planners and consultants, to speak to people in the city and really understand what this means. And as I'm sure all of you can understand, our attention as a Jewish community in the last 11 days has been on the terrorist attacks in Israel and on ensuring our own security here at home. And for that, I thank you. I thank all of you who have been involved in making sure we've had enough police presence in our community, in our public and private schools, and at our synagogues, because that added level of safety has meant a tremendous amount to us in our community. It also means we have not been able to put any of our attention on any other matters, including this one. The third reason I'm asking for deferral is that Councillor Pasternak, our councillor, is not here today. And so to summarize, I want to reiterate 3 reasons we're asking for deferral. The first is that we are months away from knowing what directions we are going in and then enacting that direction. That again is going to require 2/3 membership vote. The second is we have not had time to really understand what this means as a community. And the third is that our councillor is not present today. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the community understands what's going on here. Because this is just asking for it to be included on the Heritage Register. It does not impede anything. It's just asking that it be considered, and that has to meet a lot of provincial criteria. That too can take time, but I'm wondering if you're sensitive to the fact that one of the things that the province looks dimly on is when we wait till the 11th hour to do this. If it has cultural and heritage value, they want us to do it for that reason, and it can be apropos of nothing. So if we defer it, it looks like we would only be doing it to frustrate whatever future plans you have. Whereas I understand this report to be that it really is about the cultural value of the building we're talking about. So do you understand the dilemma that puts us in? Has that been shared with the community?
Do I answer?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, you can answer.
Okay, thank you. And I think I heard people say through the chair, so I will say that as well. That's exactly what we need to have, those conversations. We have not had any conversations. This literally just came to our attention formally on October 4th. And so I think if part of this is to understand the cultural significance, I would like to think that somebody would have had a conversation with somebody from the synagogue to talk about that. And that has not happened.
Okay. I'm going to ask some questions of staff that might help in that regard as well. Okay. Yeah.
Great. Any other
Thanks, Madam
questions
Chair.
of the speaker? No? Okay, thank you for sharing, and yeah, thank you. And now we will move to questions of staff, or any other speakers? Okay. One more speaker. Is it Eli or Bram? Okay, so our next speaker is Bram Zimnan, also from Beth David, Benai, Israel, Betham. And not online. Not in the room. Okay. So now we're moving to questions of staff. I think Councillor Carroll, you had questions of staff?
I do. Thank you. I'm wondering if staff can help us to understand what we're asking for today is just we're not asking for it to get a full heritage designation. We're asking for it to be considered on a list of having cultural and heritage significance. So that what you're asking to do is done before any study is done to truly map that out. Is that the case?
We can't hear you, Gary.
Am I?
Yeah, it's still breaking up. We've been having that problem with anyone using audio devices today.
You know what's really helpful sometimes is if you take your mic from the top of your head and slide it down in front of your mouth.
That
So,
does it.
I find that really helpful. My apologies. Okay, so yes, this report is recommending that this property be included on the Heritage Register, which means it would be listed. And that simply means that should an owner want to demolish something on the property, a building or a structure, they would have to give the City of Toronto 60 days to further evaluate to see if the property merits designation. So at that point, Councillor, you're correct. That's when the deep dive happens to fully understand the property. And then
Right.
a report would come forward based on that evaluation to recommend designation.
Right. So, if we were to defer this because we need to go to that community, it's not as if we wouldn't have a deep wealth of study material to show them. we're simply based on staff's professional opinion or a request. A request can do it too. Based on staff's opinion, we're just placing it on that registry, and it doesn't frustrate them bringing forward any future plans to discuss. Am I right about that?
Yeah, yes, you are correct. I think the possible value with really deep respect for the community and the synagogue and what we're dealing with right now, the value of a listing can be that there is clarity for the property owner, for members of the community about what the status of the property is, so that when they are planning, they understand that the city has said there's cultural heritage value here, and we're going to want a chance to further evaluate for designation. That can be hopefully helpful in providing clarity and avoiding, as you mentioned, Councillor, a quick move at the last minute to try to get in on something that's already well underway.
Yeah, that sometimes doesn't end up in a good result for anybody. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Are there any other questions of staff? I have a quick question. So if we were to proceed with this motion today, would there still be a process of education and understanding with the community so they understand what is happening, and they would still have all the freedom to bring a proposal to the table? Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no restriction here. So the only legal requirement that a listing places on the owner is that should they wish to demolish, they would have to give us 60 days to further consider the property. Or if they were to submit a development application for the property, that they would submit a heritage impact assessment, which would evaluate the property and tell us how their plans might impact a heritage resource on that property. So there's no further requirements. It really just puts on the table that this is a property that staff believe has strong heritage value, and allows that to be known from the start, I think, as we move through a process.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Okay, so I think the first thing we need to vote on is deferral, as that was the intention, and we need to have quorum check. Oh, we do have quorum. Councillor Carroll.
Can I just speak to the item a bit?
Yes.
I just wanted to share, because the community is listening, I just wanted to share with them a recent nearby experience known to both of us, Madam Chair, because this really is very similar to what happened on the Tyndale University campus property, except that we did get arrears box for bringing forward the heritage concern last minute. But what's important to remember from that exercise is that proposal is going ahead. The campus is making sure that they honor and preserve the heritage pieces that were necessary, but it made it possible for they in the city to make sure that they were doing the right thing, and make sure that they were right down to finding a way to fit 1,500 units of housing on the property, and yet still maintain the views of the heritage attributes. And what it did was not shrink the proposal; it configured it in a way that I think ends up being a real benefit to the community. But the first step is what's going on here. The other part where we really do have to collaborate can come later, and anything we do today is not going to stop those matters from happening. It really just designates that those are matters that, should they come forward with an application, should there be some that, as the staff calls it, a future prescribed event, should that happen later on, this will be a consideration, and there'll be lots of collaboration on it. That's all this says. And having had the recent experience of that collaboration actually improving on the big improvement that the Tyndale University wanted to make, I think it's not something that you should fear. This is not a community we want to stress right now. And so I can't underscore enough that in our case, it actually worked to relieve stress as opposed to making more. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Burnside.
Hey, I just want to confirm that Councillor Pasternak asked for a deferral, and that being the case, I'm going to respect his request.
Yes, that is correct. And Councillor Robinson, did you want to say anything?
No, I'm just moving the report, the staff recs.
Okay, so I am moving on behalf of Councillor Pasternak a motion to defer, and then that can be the first motion to be considered, and then if that one does not pass, then we would move the staff recommendations. Yeah. So the motion to defer will be the first one. All those in favor? 3 votes. Okay, so the motion to defer carries. Thank you. And it is to defer to the next meeting on November 14th. And I just want to say quickly that because the community is so stressed out right now, I fully support a deferral, even if, maybe they don't understand the implications of what this motion means. Giving them the time to understand, I think is very reasonable. And it sounds like there is no immediate plan to submit anything at this time. I'm sure their resources and attention are focused on something else right now. Okay, so we're going to move on to a bit of time to work with the developer to get some minimum space for non-residential uses. And the reason is this is part of the Yonge Street North Secondary Plan, and we have a lot of density coming. We have multiple 50-story buildings, and this property faces the only park that is in the whole area. So I think it's a tremendous opportunity to have some commercial on the ground floor facing the park that is just off of Yonge Street. And it's, a lot of developers who are not on main arteries, they don't want to put commercial on the ground floor, but in a lot of dense areas in countries that have higher populations, there's commercial that are off the main artery that are very successful. And even in Willowdale, we have North Townway, which is a little pocket that's off of Yonge with a lot of non-residential units, and it's a lively area where there's a great vibrancy to our community. So I would just like a little bit of time to see if I can work on securing some non-residential use with the plan. So I'd like to move without recommendations to council. Okay, we have a speaker now who's arrived. Okay, so on this item, we have a speaker. Thank you. Oh, your microphone is not on.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of council. My name is Carolina Martello. I'm Director of Development for BV Realty Partners. We are the owners of 16 to 28 Center Avenue. For the past year and a half, we have been working collaboratively with city staff to implement through this project a development which incorporates the vision that was established through the Young North Secondary Plan, which was a study that was conducted for quite a long time with extensive community consultation. We have brought forward a well-designed mid-rise residential building that adequately responds to the context of the subject site on Center Avenue. We are proposing a mid-block connection, which was also negotiated with staff through this process, and preserving the opportunity for Center Avenue to connect through an inner street. This project is actually 100 meters from the fuss and buzz of Yonge Street, so it's quite close to future proposed retail, which is quite extensive on the Yonge Street corridor. Through this process, staff recommend approval of the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw as it was been thoroughly discussed for the past year. In this process, I would also like to continue working with staff, the councillor, and the community to bring this project forward. I understand there's some concern about future approving for commercial uses. However, at this stage, Center Avenue is it's an inner street that is quite quiet. It's quite residential, and so as from our perspective, it's a little bit difficult to require minimums for any commercial uses. For that reason, we have provided for the zoning to have some flexibility in case this is something that could happen in the future. In any event, I would like to thank Councillor Cheng and city staff for working with us through this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? No, thank you for coming to Depute. Okay, so my motion is to move without recommendation to council and just give us a little time. All those in favor? Carried. Now we're going to do confirmatory one more time.
But
Oh.
I have items still.
Councillor Burnside, how much longer can you stay with us? Councillor Burnside, what is your, I'm sorry, you're muted.
Sorry, about 5 minutes. It's about 3:20.
Can we get another item done? Okay, so we are now moving to (8.19). Oh yeah, so 30 Dunlas Drive was passed, but the deputant missed the opportunity to depute, and so they would like the opportunity to speak. We would like to move a motion to reopen this matter. So all those in favor of reopening NY 8.19 for the deputant to speak? Yes, all those in favor? Yep, it's been passed. So we're reopening NY 8.19 and we have a deputant. Is the deputant online? Yep, okay.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again for reconsidering reopening this case. I know everyone's had a long day, but I appreciate this time. So I'm the owner of 30 Dunlas Drive. I've had a arborist come in fall of last year to I guess check out the Austrian pine trees at the side of my house. And they said some trees would need a permit, but with the health of the tree, it looks like that it would most likely be approved. So given that, you know, at that time I had a newborn, it was very hectic. It was my firstborn. So I said, okay, I'll push it to the next year, which is this year. So I actually did apply for the permit. Unfortunately, it got declined. So I guess I'm not I don't understand that portion, but the arborist pretty much told me that the trees, again, I can prune them, but because there are lack of canopy, that can't get cut off to get the trees to like the safer position. It would be ideal to just remove them. There's about 6 or 7 pine trees at the side, and they're like planted pretty closely together, and they're pretty actually very mature tree. It was there. Basically, this is my family home, so I've been there for about 30 years, and they've been there since then already. So the arbor said it looks like they're about 60 plus years old. So right now I have a toddler. I would want to feel safe that he can go, enjoy the backyard, play in the backyard safely, because we do experience like tree branches, I guess dead tree branches falling off the trees because there's so many of them. And they're so closely together that I don't know, it might affect each other, or the branches might hit each other due to, I don't know, maybe like a windy day, a little bit windy, or depends on the weather condition. So out of the 7, I'm asking to maybe remove 2 of them. So there'll still be 5 out there. I'm not asking to remove all of them. And yeah, this is basically just for the health of my, I guess for the safety of my family. And I do live in a corner house, so there's no neighbor next to me. And I believe the neighbors had 14 days to, express their concerns, and there wasn't any neighbors that were against this. My decision to cut off these trees.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Councillor Burnside.
Sorry, I just want to confirm there are 5 similar trees on the property, and the deputant would like to remove 2, and they're like spruce pine type trees.
Yeah, I was told they're Austrian pine trees. They're really tall, and you can see there's a lot of like just branches, not much like pine needles or pine cones. Like, to me, they don't, like, I'm not an expert, but to me, they don't look the healthiest. But I mean, it's just there's lots of like branches that falls, right? So, and there's like a deck right underneath it, so we can't we haven't been able to use the deck at all this year.
Okay, thanks.
No problem.
Any other questions of the deputant? No questions for staff? Councillor
Yes,
Robinson.
I have questions for staff. Did you carry out an inspection of these trees, and can you describe the findings of that inspection?
Microphone check.
Yes, you're good.
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, we did attend, as we do with any application that we would bring to community council. And our findings were that, we observed a lot of the issues that were reported by the applicant in terms of a fungal disease being present in the foliage of the tree and the multi-stem nature of the trees. However, we find that despite these issues, the trees are healthy and viable to be maintained. And so the provision of the bylaw that would allow them to be removed if they were in poor condition doesn't apply. And that's why we denied the application, and it's before you after appeal.
And what about the findings of the applicant's arborist report?
Through the chair, we see the same things that the arborist has identified. We draw different conclusions from them. The arborist has, made a recommendation or painted the option to remove the trees, and we simply disagree that that's the outcome that's necessary or appropriate here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, through you to staff. So am I to understand there are 5 trees of a certain height and maturity on this property?
Through the chair, there are more than 2 trees present. Only 2 are being, only 2 are subject to the provisions of the bylaw.
But yeah, there are at least 5. So on the average property of that size, how many trees of that, I'll say that age, height, whatever you want to call it, of that maturity, what would an average property contain? Would it be
Through the
5 trees?
Through the chair, I don't know that I could put a number to that. Corner property like this is likely to hold more trees, and it will vary greatly depending on the neighborhood and the age of the neighborhood and the type of construction and whether it's gone through redevelopment or not. I would say this property is potentially better treed than most, but I don't. Unfortunately, I'm unable to put a number to your question.
Okay, no, that's no worries. So then what you would say is if it's better treated than most, I guess the way the bylaw is written is that certain residents have to, those who see trees as a burden, depending on how they want to use their property, certain residents will bear that burden more than other residents.
Through the chair, minus some minor language issues, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of staff? No? Okay, so moving to speakers now. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I sure hope that I was very pleased when I had to step out to see that that my colleagues had upheld forestry staff on this, and I sure hope they continue to do so. This is a well-treated property. Yes, it is. That's not unusual in these neighborhoods where you're the closest house and you literally back right onto an elementary school and trail. You can see where the deputant said it was her family home. I don't know if she meant as a child, but I would expect so. But there's a pretty key path running behind this house that runs through the neighborhood behind Denlow School and then carries on over to our community center, Banbury, and places like that. It's a lovely spot. But I imagine that way back in the day, when these trees went into seedlings, it was to create that sort of buffer from that public activity and have a private backyard. These are healthy trees. They are still healthy trees. What I really wish is that we could get out of the cycle where someone looks at a tree, thinks, oh, I don't like the looks of that one. I'm worried about it. I want to remove it. I will apply, and they will say, you have to get an arborist report. And then when you retain an arborist, and you retain him because you inquired and you need this report in order to remove the tree, they go into remove mode. I long for the day when arborists will get smart and say, the city is very, very concerned about its canopy, especially now in these provincial build, baby, build era that we're in now and for some time to come. What we're trying to do is maintain canopy for air quality, breathability, a healthy environment for our kids. And to do that, you have to maintain your tree canopy. And so, are there 5 trees in the property? Are there 7 trees in the property? The issue here is the 2 big healthy trees stand to be taken out of our tree canopy. And staff upon reviewing them, have seen no reason to do so. And I really wish we would get to the point where private arborists would say to them, I'll tell you what they're going to say. Council doesn't like to remove trees, and their forestry department, which includes arborists just like me, are going to say, this is a healthy tree. It just needs a little pruning and maintenance. So do you want me to pursue that? Would you prefer that I become your tree maintenance guy? Because with maintenance, you could have a beautiful backyard. They'll still make money doing that. I just wish we could get them to go there. Those are my comments, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any other comments? No? Okay.
I'd like to move what I did before.
Move staff recommendations.
Yeah, and also just add on, Shelley Carroll did a good job on this, but it's just a matter of maintenance, and that's what city staff have said. It's not that we have to actually take these down. It's a little bit of pruning and looking after them, and these would be perfect. So that's where I'll leave it.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to vote, and Councillor Robinson is moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? Carried. Okay, so we're going to move a deferral of remaining items. So if we could get that.
Can I,
Yep.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Can I just say, like, I have like 23 and 24, the community has been waiting for these forever. You know, I could bail on the walk-on, the pedestrian and safety improvements, but 23 and 24, like, I have motions, like, people have been waiting all day.
I think we don't have, we'll
really
lose
important
quorum.
local issues.
I'm sorry, we're going to lose quorum, and the speakers will definitely not have the chance to depute. So unless you wanted to move motions without deputations, but I don't think we can do that.
Well,
Yeah.
I feel like I'm denying people a voice.
Yeah,
if
so
do
I think
that.
we need
It's
to
not-
defer.
That's not my style.
Yeah,
So,
unfortunately, we cannot, we're going to lose quorum, and this, we have to defer to next November 14th. So if we can get that on screen, we're going to defer 8.23, 8.24, and 8.28 till November 14th. North York Community Council, all those in favor of deferring them? Okay, that's carried. Okay, now we're going to do confirmatory bills for the motions that were passed since the last confirmatory bills. Okay, this is confirming everything. So, Councillor Carroll, can you move confirmatory bills, please?
Sure, Madam Chair. That confirmatory bills to confirm the legislative proceedings of North York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 8 on October 17th, 2023 be declared as bylaws and passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act of 2006.
Thank you. And do we need to move a motion to adjourn? Oh, okay. Yes,
favorite
all those in
motion.
favor of confirmatory bills? We're so excited. Okay, that's carried. So there's nothing else left. Move to adjourn. All those in favor? Great. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful day. And
Thanks, Madam Chair.
we look forward to our next meeting. Take care.